Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Liyanbuki John, liyanbuki John.
Ijoni lingakaqeqeshwa.
Morning, honorable members.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Goeiemôre voorsitter.
More.
Morning, Chair.
Nelas Talo.
Ora,
Morning,
Yabo.
Co-Chair.
Good morning, honorable Piri.
I'm good, Honorable Siabi, and how are you and all the members in the platform and the delegation?
I'm good. Let me check with the secretaries if we are ready to start the meeting. Selina and Secretary for Public Works, are your members in?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, our members are in. They are all here, but only the apology for Honorable PT, who will join us at 9:30 due to his exams. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Secretary Public Works and Infrastructure.
Good morning, Honorable Chairpersons. We have 6 members from the PC on Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
So let's continue. My name is Nox Siabi. I'm the Chairperson of Human Settlements. I'm with the Honorable Carol Piri, who's the Chairperson of Public Works and Infrastructure. Today is a joint sitting to listen to the reports with regard to George building collapse. Can we have the agenda flighted?
Okay, Chair.
There's the agenda, honorable members. Can you scroll it down a bit?
What's happening here? What did I do about?
Can you scroll it down? There's the agenda, honorable members. Opening and welcome. Consideration of the agenda. Apologies. Briefing by the Department of Police. Briefing by Department of Public Works. Briefing by Department of Labor. Briefing by the George Municipality. Can I get mover for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Edwin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Happy to move for the adoption of the agenda as it is. Thank you.
Honorable Edwin moving. Can I get a seconder? Honorable Ditebe.
Good morning, Chair, to you and to your co-chair and all comrades, members on the platform. I move for the adoption of the agenda. I second, rather. I beg your pardon.
Thanks very much. Is there an alternative view? No alternative view. This is the agenda that will guide us. Because it's a long agenda, secretaries, be vigilant because you'll assist us. The agenda is adopted. We're now on item 3, apologies. Are there apologies from both secretaries? Public Works? Okay. Continue.
Okay, Chair. I have a few apologies from Minister Macpherson for Public Works and Acting Minister Police Kachalia. He is invited to ad hoc committee, and Deputy DM Tandima Mehlala who is, she have a doctor's appointment, and Minister Meth for Employment and Labor. She is seconded a World Summit for Social Development in Qatar. But DM will join us and Mr. Sbia on her behalf. The Minister Simelane will attend the meeting, but need to excuse herself earlier due to other commitments. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Secretary Public Works.
Thank you, Chairperson. The apology from the Portfolio Committee is from Honorable Marcus, who's an alternate to the committee. She currently has other commitments. And then from the minister's side, I think that my colleague has already spoken to the minister's apology, who's appearing before the select committee, briefing that committee on the annual reports of the department. And then we also have an apology from the Deputy Minister who's attending ICID and is not able to therefore attend today's meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see Minister Simelane. Is she in? Selina?
She is not in, Chair, at this present moment, but the Secretary told me that she will be in, but she will leave earlier. I'm not sure where is she at present.
Okay, thanks very much. Maybe before we move to the next item, I'm going to request my co-chair, Honorable Phiri, to make some remarks.
Chairperson, sorry, if I may quickly interrupt. Sorry, Chair. There's just a number of members that are waiting in the waiting room. If whoever's looking out for those in the waiting room, if they can let them in. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, let's make sure that we attend to them. I see two hands, Honorable Ditebe, followed by Honorable Dlamini.
Chairperson, my apology, it's an old hand.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself and the co-chair, members at large. Chair, I just want to know, everybody has been accounted for except for the George Municipality. Are they present in the meeting?
Secretaries. Jackie von Brandech.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. George Municipality is accounted for.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, lower your hand, please. Right, on Chairperson, Honorable Phiri, your remarks.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning to yourself and good morning to all members, honorable members. I saw in the platform as well, in terms of the executive, I saw UDM Notolo and also the delegation from different departments. I want to send my greetings to your good self and apologies for me not opening my video. Co-Chair, I've said it to you, I had a crisis of Pulukwani flight that did not fly yesterday the whole day, so I'm still in transit. I wanted to fly back, but I did not get that opportunity, so I'm just driving back. Co-Chair, allow me to say we want to take this opportunity as Public Works and Infrastructure for allowing us to join with you. The same agenda that you are dealing with today, we saw that it's an opportunity for us to join you because our committee has resolved to call all these entities based on the fact that CIDB, CBE, which they deal with professionals, they report to us and Public Works as well. So it's a good opportunity for all members and ourselves to engage together. because we've got the same interest on wanting to understand what happened in George, wanting to get to who's responsible, what is the real story, and also bring closure to the families that lost their beloved ones. So, co-chair, I don't have much, but I want to be part of the meeting and allow you to chair. I'll get in on the last part where we'll be closing, allowing you to proceed with the meeting, and want to take this opportunity and appreciate your due diligence of allowing us to join these meetings together. It was going to be good for us to be physical, but due to other reasons that we have shown to each other as co-chairs, we could not. Chair, I must take it back to your good self, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri. I think Honorable Piri has covered all areas as to why we have this meeting. What I'm going to request, honorable members, is that if it's not inconveniencing for you, open your camera, because the Parliament would like to have your camera opened, even if you can open it once and close it if you have a challenge with connectivity. But where it is inconveniencing for you, we will allow you to continue. Like Honorable Piri said, we want to bring closure to this issue, because every day we're getting inquiries about when is this thing going to be finalized. As you might see, the interest from the public in today's meeting is very high, and even the media is highly interested in our meeting, because representing or feeding the public about what happened at George Municipality is very much important. And as Parliament, we would like to make sure that we get the reports so that we report to the Speaker and National Assembly, and we finally close the chapter. Having said that, honorable members, our meeting is budgeted, I think it's 4 hours, 10, 11, 12, 1, yes, from 9 to 13 hours. Let us try by all means to be businesslike so that we're able to be on time to allow those who are supposed to continue with the work of Parliament in the afternoon to do so. I'm told the only political head here is Deputy Minister Noxolo. Am I correct, secretaries? If that is the case, I'm going to give the Deputy Minister just a few minutes to make her political remarks. Am I correct, my co-chair?
Yes, earlier on, I'm trying to check as well. Earlier on, when I was checking the attendance, I saw DM on the platform. Yes, it's still there. Noxolo Kivit.
Oh, Noxolo Kivit is not a DM, it's a chairperson of the...
Oh, then I'm mistaken. My apologies.
Okay. She's the chairperson of NHFC, is an entity of the Department of Human Settlements. I mean NHBRC, sorry. NHBRC, which is an entity of the Department of Human Settlements. It is NHBRC that is dealing with the certification of buildings and so on. So she's the chairperson. So
my apologies, Co-Chair. I see there's no GM or minister in the platform.
If there's no minister or DM, then I'm going to shoot straight to the presentations. Then it means the next presentation will be by SAPS. And then in the interest of time, when you present, you can introduce your delegation and then present so that we know who's accompanying you to the meeting. And as per the agenda, honorable members, make sure that you take down your notes so that when we engage, you are able to engage in line with the approved agenda. I'm not sure who's leading the delegation from SAPS. Please introduce yourself, introduce your delegation, and we see, but I see before that, let me see, I see there's a hand. Egimwilo.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Egimwilo. I'm the Inspector General from the Department of Employment and Labour. I just wanted to alert the Chair that Deputy Minister Sibiya is in the platform.
Okay. Deputy Minister Sibiya, your political remarks, just few, so that we continue. Honorable Deputy Minister Sibiya.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and the honorable members who are part of this portfolio committee meeting. We've been in the meeting, Chair, but we thought maybe we are not recognizable because we struggled even to be accepted in this meeting. It took 15 minutes for us to be accepted, but it's okay. We are here now. Chair, we'll make just few remarks. We highly appreciate the opportunity to be part of the portfolio committee that is sitting today as the Department of Employment and Labour to give a briefing to the portfolio committee on our role in the entire incident that happened in George. You invited us to shed some light on the incident that happened on the 6th of May 2024, where a building, Chairperson, under construction at 75 Victoria Street in George collapsed. It was a 4-story building, given that this incident happened in the afternoon, Chair. So there were workers who were busy with the different construction duties in it. This 75 Victoria Street George building collapsed in such a manner that a number of workers got trapped under the rubble. With immediate effect, disaster management protocols were initiated, with emergency services summoned to the scene. The initial reports indicated that 75 workers were trapped underneath the collapsed building. All possible specialized assistants were dispatched to rescue the workers under the supervision of disaster management. This process lasted until Friday, the 17th of May 2024, when the construction site was completely stripped and the building removed. From the side of the Department of Employment and Labour, Chair, Occupational Health and Safety inspectors were deployed immediately. The local compensation fund officials were deployed to the site on the 7th of May 2024 and the 9th of May 2024. Section 31 incident investigation under the Department of Employment and Labour was initiated, securing the portion of the landfill site and the municipality storm water building where debris was kept for sampling. Social security claims were initiated as well. Honorable Chair and the members, what became clear was that multi-specializations or role players needed to converge and be busy with their areas of expertise. At the center of the operation, there needed to be investigation into the root causes. As we all know, investigations have their own independent lifespan. I want to emphasize the independent part of the lifespan and their own parts that needs not to be interfered with in order to avoid putting the outcome at risk. In particular, on our side, there are protocols that guides our investigations when under the occupational health and safety. where we all avoid any interference or any pressure to those who are responsible for investigations. But we make sure as well that we deal with investigation and get deeper to what exactly happened. At times it takes a bit of time, but it is necessary. But among some of the matters that we can report to you is that 77 employees were affected by the building collapse, broken down as follows. The compensation fund received 68 claims. The Federated Employer Mutual Assurance, which is FEM, received 5 claims for which they are responsible. 4 alleged claims do not have any documents, just names. Of the 68 claims received by Compensation Fund, 28 are fatal claims, and we continue to cry with those families that lost their loved ones. May their soul rest in peace. And 40 are injury on duty, the IOD claims. Again, of the 68 claims received by Compensation Fund, 15 were found to be South African citizens, 53 found to be foreign nationals, employed by different companies. Father and Son, which is a company, employed 34 of those 53 foreign nationals. Popiana employed 9 of those 53 were foreign nationals. And Stefan Boshoff Boas employed 10 of them. The confirmation of these 53 that they were foreign nationals came from the Department of Home Affairs. We also got to know from them that only 1 had a work permit, meaning all the other 52 didn't have work permits. But even that work permit had expired, meaning even that work permit was as simple as non-existing. It was not valid. So the entire 53 foreign nationals were illegal ones as per Home Affairs books. As I'm concluding, honorable members and chairperson, I must emphasize the importance of collaboration and cooperation in incidents like these. It makes the work easy and it brings about desired results timelessly. But a situation where role players and or departments pull different directions that exacerbate and compound an already complex investigation. Even at this meeting, Chair, I think it is good that you invited a number of departments and public agencies. The only concern I have is that I thought that since it is a joint portfolio committee meeting, the portfolio committee that conducts an oversight over the Department of Employment and Labor would also be invited, or better still, would be part of the conveners of this joint portfolio committee meeting that we are accounting to today, because they have also been asking for this update. But then we were at a point where we could not say much, but also at least now much ground has been traversed. The Acting Director General of the Department of Employment and Labor, Ms. Jackie Modisani, is here with DDG for Inspection and Enforcement Services, who's an Inspector General in the Department of Employment and Labor, and the Chief Inspector, as well as the team members from the department. Will be sharing with the honorable members of parliament further information where they must also avoid divulging issues that might compromise paths that may still have to be traversed, because our investigation has traversed a certain path, but there is still another element that we are moving to, which doesn't need to be jeopardized either by this meeting or by any other meeting, or any political head can't interfere with such. But we can assure the portfolio committee members that our investigation and the work that is being done by the department will definitely give a clear picture what happened and who must take the responsibility. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, DM. Our apologies for the inconvenience. I think when we have joint meetings, sometimes because secretaries don't know members, they struggle to accept members. But we want to profusely apologize for that inconvenience. It was not intentional. On behalf of the hosts, I don't think it was intentional, but we heard you, DM, and we'll try by all means to make sure that we cooperate and collaborate as portfolio committees of the National Assembly. Having listened to the DM, I'm going to allow SAPS to address us. And like I said, let's be mindful of time. Let's look at the agenda as approved. Let us not go beyond what has been allocated. General Advocate Patekile, we are in your hands.
The Honorable DM and Honorable members, thank you for the opportunity. May I then introduce the team that I'm leading? With me, I have Major General Makasha Lala, who's the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Detection, who will be doing the presentation and far as the investigation is concerned. I have Major General Mohale, who is representing the Acting Deputy National Commissioner for Detection, and Brigadier Craig Mitchell, who will be flighting the presentation that we'll be talking to. And that's a delegation chair that we have, Honorable Chair. If I may then ask Brigadier Mitchell to flight the presentation, to your permission, sir. Thank you, Chair. I think you can make it bigger. I'm actually challenged with eyes, and if it's possible, you will present it. Chair, I've noted what the Deputy Minister was saying on the opening remarks. As the South African Police Service was part of the operation from the beginning, and what we are investigating currently is the inquest of those unnatural death that has happened as a result of the collapse of the building. I would then ask Senator Kashalala to take us through. I can just say that our investigation has progressed to the extent that we are left with few issues that will be finalizing up in November. Over to you, General Kashalala. Can you take us to your permission, sir?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the DM and all the members on the platform. We can go to the next page. Thank you, Chair. We're just here to provide progress on the report on the progress that has been done on this investigation, which has been indicated where it was by the DM. We can go to the next one. Our table of contents look long, but the presentation is not going to be long. We'll just touch base on the mandate, the legal framework, the background, because it's the first presentation, the police response, and also the roles of SAPS and other role players. We'll also indicate also the responsibilities of our stakeholders. We'll talk to the status of the victims, the investigation that has been conducted, and we'll include also the outstanding one. Thereafter, we're going to conclude our presentation. Thank you, Chair. We decided to indicate briefly on the mandate of SAPS because the DM has correctly indicated that this required a multidisciplinary approach. Because if you talk of the collapse of the building, that's the Department of Employment and Labor is very critical because there were people inside, employees, and disaster management also that focuses on the collapse of the building. Then when it comes to the investigation of death that has resulted from unnatural causes, SAPS becomes involved. Thank you. We can go to the next one. These are the legal frameworks, but not only the ones that we're focusing, but these are very critical for the purpose of the investigation. Constitution, SAPS Act, Disaster Management Act and regulations, inquest, because we're dealing with people that died unnaturally. CPA, Common Law, Occupational Health and Safety Act, as well as immigration, because there were also people from that were in the country illegally amongst the workers. Next one. Thank you. The background has already been given by the DM. 6 May, just after 2 o'clock, a report was received by SAPS George to say that the building has fallen at 75 Victoria Street. Then the first responders on arrival, they were informed that the 4-story building which was under construction had just fallen and it had the workers inside. Disaster management protocols were immediately initiated, emergency service being summoned to the scene, as well as disaster management services of church. Due to the size of the crime scene or the incident, there are others and environments where summons from outside church, that is the city of Cape Town, as well as surrounding districts. We requested the search and rescue teams, search and rescue K9 units, forensic science experts, as well as forensic pathology services. We can move to the next one. Thank you. The response of SAPS, we established JOC, Joint Operational Center at Garden Route District Municipality, and also at the crime scene or the scene of incident, we had a VOC, that is Venue Operational Center. We wanted to ensure that there is command and control as well as coordination, because that's where the heads or the seniors of the department were sitting at the JOC, and whereas the operatives were at the venue. So we didn't want to ensure that there is no chaos. South African Police Service activities, they were led by the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for policing, that is General Musigidi, as well as the PC of the Western Cape, General Patekile. General Makashalala was responsible or leading the investigation process. We can move to the next one. The duties of SAPS, amongst others, included securing the crime scene, because as much as it was an incident of disaster, it was a crime scene. And also we had to be responsible for crowd management. We had 30 public order members that were responsible for that. We immediately established a team, investigating team of 9 members, search and rescue operations using K9 and search and rescue detection dogs. We were also responsible for the identification of the deceased person through fingerprints, because we anticipated that some of them might be extremely injured or bodies damaged, and also by DNA and forensic science experts. Also, our responsibility included interviewing or obtaining the statements from all witnesses, the survivors, and interacting with the next of kin of the deceased, and also speaking with the developers and main contractors and subcontractors. We can move to the next one. Thank you. Those were other role players that were with the Garden Route District Municipality, as well as George Local Municipality. Disaster management, as said, they were the first people to deal with the incident or crime scene. Department of Employment and Labor is very critical, because they look at the compliance with regulations of employment and other stuff. Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Department of Health, also they were involved, because we had to deal with these dead bodies and the injured people. Department of Home Affairs, because we had to verify the status of the people that were working at the place. Department of Social Development, also they assisted, because the families had to be there for a long time and we needed some information from them. Department of International Relations, because we had learned that there were people from other countries, as is going to be indicated in my report later on, we decided to involve them so that we don't mess up with international relations. Engineering Council of South Africa, also they were present. National Prosecuting Authority was involved from the very word go to ensure that there is guidance in terms of investigation and preparation for the prosecution. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just briefly, the roles and the responsibilities. The Garden Route District Municipality, as well as George Municipality, they're responsible for the approving of the plans and conducting inspections. And the inspection would have been perused. When approved by the municipality, it would be forwarded to the structural engineer who was appointed to the project as a competent person. Disaster management services, they were not involved initially during the building, whatever, but their job included preparedness and response and the recovery during the disaster. Then Department of Employment and Labor, as I've indicated earlier on, oversight and investigation with regard to compliance with the labor regulations. They are very important in this investigation. I think we are going to receive a report later on from them. Department of Public Works, formulation of and enforcement of policies related to the building environment in the public sector and use of fixed assets. We can move to the next one. Thank you. Department of Health, I've already indicated they were involved because the incident had taken place just to assist us with the attendance to the injured and conduct postmortem on the dead bodies. Home Affairs, very keen at the place. Department of Social Development, they offered social welfare. The people were packed at the hall there. They assisted a lot because most workers were foreign nationals, so they were afraid that they might be arrested. So the department helped us a lot in order to calm them down so that we can get information, because some of the people that were extracted could not speak. So we were heavily dependent on the families. The Engineering Council of South Africa, structural engineers is registered they're responsible for the registration of the structural engineers and others. And also they had some role to play when there's a building, but their reports talk to those issues. Thank you. We can move to the next one. Thank you. Western Cape government, Western Cape infrastructure formulation and enforcing of policies as well. Also, they were not involved in the beginning, but subsequently they got involved. National Home Builder Regulatory Council to regulate the home building environment, receiving and scrutinizing all the necessary documents with regard to the building. Also, they have conducted their report, compiled their report, which we are not going to speak much to the contents, as also they form part of the evidence. Then the new trend development, this is a developer, the developer to develop that four-story building, which was a residential building at the place. Then they also to appoint the structural engineer. We are going to talk about the person that was appointed later on. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. Also a stakeholder that is important, it is that Mitchell and Associates, that's the principal agent and the project engineer for Mitchell Associates, appointed the structural engineer and the designer of the building. They had to oversee and complete the design, develop and progress the project until it is finalized. Also, the Lytel contractors, that is the main contractor, appointed by the developer as the construction company to execute construction of the building and possible revised plan, or to execute the development of the building or build according to the instructions of the structural engineer and architect. Then a clerk of works was appointed by the structural engineer to be the eyes and ears at the site, responsible to inspect the reinforcement and other structural elements for compliance with the approved drawings and schedules for prior and casting of the concrete requested by the contractor and structural engineer. The architects also received structural engineer design from the engineer. We just indicated, who had to play which role. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. Health and safety, also they were not involved earlier on, just to prepare health and safety specifications for the building. Then the draftsman appointed by the structural engineer to draft the designs of the building. Next. The status of the victims, initially it was reported that 75 persons were on the construction site when the incident took place. Then during investigation, we got an amended list, which was 81. But upon investigation, we discovered that it was 62 people. Some people who were thought to be in the building, they came to the crime scene. So it means they were not really at that place. Then the following is an account of the 62 that we got there. People that sustained slight injuries were 28, then deceased were 34, which give us a total of 62. Next slide, please. Then in terms of nationalities, South Africans, the survivors were 7, deceased people were 9. Mozambicans were 12, then those that survived, then 7 died. Zimbabweans were 5, 4 deceased. Malawian survivors 2, 11 deceased. Lesotho nationals were 2 survivors and 3 deceased, then which gives us the total of 28 survivors and 34 or deceased. Thank you, with a total of 62. Next slide, please. Thank you. After disaster management had concluded their processes, they handed over the crime scene to South African Police 7 on the 17th of May. And then we conducted the inquest in terms of the Inquest Act. Then post-mortem examination in respect of all bodies were conducted, and we obtained the statements from survivors. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. The contractors were identified during the course of investigation, the developer being the Neo-Trend Development, main contractor Lightel. Then there were subcontractors as indicated there on the board. But of importance is to note that Mutupa plumbers, they had no people at the scene because their stage had not arrived. The stage of performance had not arrived. Then we tried to approach immediately the contractors and all people that were affected as employers, but at the time they decided to exercise their right to remain silent, also that communication can be done through their legal representatives. We can move to the next one. Thank you. All the deceased were identified. Postmortem reports and chain statements were obtained by SAPS. We got all the medical reports in respect of the injured and deceased. Witnesses' statements have all been obtained. Then we had a dedicated prosecutor in the name of Advocate Susan Calloway, who has been leading or guiding the investigation throughout. We have received the following reports: one from Public Works and Infrastructure, which was conducted by Council for Building and Environment. Then also from Engineering Council of South Africa. We have received one from the Western Cape government that was conducted by a company called V3 Engineering. Also the Municipality of George, we received it, conducted by Engineering Design Services. Also from National Home Builders Regulatory Council, we received the report. And also the developer had an insurance company that also conducted their own investigation. We have requested that report. We've got it. Thank you. Thank you. We can move to the next slide. These are the few outstanding issues. The warning statement of Michelle, that is the principal agent. We have arranged with them that we are going to receive the warning statement in November. Remember, they are also in consultation with their legal representatives, but we are going to, we hope we are going to finish within the scheduled time. Statement from Susan Mart from National Home Builders Regulatory Council. Currently, she is not mentally fit to submit the statement. She has been sick since the incident. but we've got the report from that space, but she's supposed to submit a statement as an individual, but the advocate that represents her sent us a certificate, but we have discussed with NPA that now that she's not in a position to do so, the IO must submit a statement which has taken place. The report from Department of Labor, we have not, we're still waiting for that report. It is very important for us because it's going to talk to other issues that we are not experts in. For example, we have spoken about the people that were not in the country legally. How were they employed? Did they have the necessary skills and other issues? So it is very important for us, like all other reports, because also I think they will have their structural engineer that will also examine the samples that we took from the scene to check, for example, the quality of the cement, its origin, the mixture, the steel, and all those things that are used there, which the police are not the experts in. We can move to the next slide, please. Then the printing of the photos and the footage that were obtained, we have already printed more than 7,000. It's quite voluminous. We have got the information in the flash drive. It's only that the NPA requires hard copies. But we are in the process of printing that. We have printed more than 7,000 pages so far. The statement of council for building environment investigation team, they have agreed that they are going to, or they have concluded it. The members are going there next week. They will be there next week and Wednesday. So they will come back with that, with those statements that are necessary from their investigators. Photo, images, and videos. There was a tablet that was found at the scene of incident. Then we took some time in order to retrieve the information. The cyber has helped us. The members are also going to be coming back with it on Wednesday and Thursday and Tuesday. When they are that side, it is ready. And the information is in the flash drive. Also, if NPA wants it hard copies, it will be the question of just printing that. Drawings and plans. We are also busy printing that. It is those big copies that are about 1.2 meters. But then you don't print on any printing machine. But we hope to finish by the end of the month. We can move to the next slide. Okay. Thank you. In conclusion, Chairperson, we anticipate that we are going to conclude our investigation by the end of this month. We have agreed with NPA. We meet on a regular basis that we will submit everything by, supposed to be the 15th of December, but we hope that 17th of December, we hope that by that time, we shall have collected everything. And we hope also that the Department of Labor and Employment shall have provided us with the report. And we request that also maybe we should not get into the findings of the reports as they talk to evidence. We do not want to harm those that might potentially be charged. We don't want to make them clever, and also we don't want to prosecute them outside the courtroom. So with respect, we will request that at least when we deal with matters that will talk to evidence, we know that the various departments had a responsibility. They've compiled the report, but we have got that respect. That concludes our presentation as subs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We can hand over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, General. I think it's a comprehensive report, and we understand the DM of Labor is here. I think he has taken note that SAPS still needs to receive a report from Labor so that they are able to finalize their investigations. Thanks very much, General. Can we quickly move to the next report? I think you did well, General, in terms of time. Can we quickly move to the next report, which is Public Works and Infrastructure. Am I correct, Secretary?
Yes, Chair.
Thanks very much. The leader of the delegation, we got an apology from the minister. Leader of the delegation, Public Works and Infrastructure.
Co-chair, ask Babum Tombeni to lead the delegation because he's the one who deals with the entities. I believe CIDB and CBE, they are in the platform. Babum Tombeni can lead the delegation.
Okay. Babum Tombeni, we're in your hands.
Very good morning to the co-chairpersons, Honorable Siabe and Honorable Piri, including all honorable members. Starting with the delegation from our side, as the Department of Public Works, I've been requested to lead the team from the side of the department. My name is Adam Tombeni. I'm the DDG responsible for intergovernmental relations. From the department side, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, I'm also accompanied by the acting DDG for policy, Mr. Luwando. We also have senior officials from our regional office in Cape Town, particularly the colleagues who are dealing with construction management. Madam Kolele is there, including the acting regional manager, Mr. Trivela, is in the platform. I also have some senior officials from the department dealing with entities as well. Accompanying us is our entities, starting with Council for Built Environment, one of our entities dealing with the professionals. This particular entity is having the chairperson, Ms. Amelia Charlie, and also the CEO of the entity, Dr. Mieza, and also senior officials from CBE. I also have another entity, which is CIDB. CIDB is sort of, led by its chairperson, Mr. Kulilenzo, and also the CEO of CIDB, Mr. Dladla, Bongani Dladla, and his senior officials. Lastly, we also having one of our entity, which is Engineering Council of South Africa, EXA, is led by its president, Mr. TC Madikane, and also the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Samula, and also senior officials there. So, co-chairperson, what I want to indicate is just to confirm that indeed we had a similar engagement at our resident portfolio committee, the portfolio committee for Public Works and Infrastructure, around September on the similar matter. So we're able to put a preliminary engagement on it, but it was not finalized. We're still to conclude and also trying to bring on board multi-stakeholder of the departments to sort of deal with this matter comprehensively, as the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Madam Piri, indicated. So in this particular presentation from our side, the presentation will be led by CBE. What we have done, co-chairperson, is that this presentation also have the input, particularly from the CIDB. So we incorporated their inputs into their report, and also input coming from Engineering Council of South Africa, EXA. So this particular presentation really do represent us indeed. But what we need to indicate from the side of the department is just to make a commitment that as a public works sector, we need to sort of have a sector which is sort of, accountable, ethical, and also come with frameworks for our construction sector that are reasonable indeed, and also serve the general public and also deal with the safety issues. So without wasting a lot of time, co-chairperson, I'll give it to the CBE just to take us through our presentation which we have prepared as a sector. Thank you so much.
CBE, Dr. Mieza, please take us through. And
thank you very much.
Shouldn't be a long presentation.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was hoping that the chairperson would do some intro, but guided by you, Chairperson, Mem Charlie, maybe you would want to add a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mieza, and thank you to you, Honorable Chairperson, for the Human Settlement Committee, and also to our Honorable Chairperson, Ms. Piri, for the Public Works and Infrastructure. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing us to bring the report that, as the Council for the Built Environment has put together. As the Council for the Built Environment, we are mandated to ensure that public safety, the integrity and accountability of our sector as the regulatory body within the Built Environment Act. It's important that we ensure safety of the built environment sector. So as the Council for the Built Environment, we have initiated an independent investigation to determine the root cause for the investigation or the incident that happened at George, and really to come up with the root causes, what happened and why it happened, and to find out in the recommendation of what are the things that we can do to ensure that a similar incident does not happen in the future. So we've initiated a multidisciplinary team to go through the investigation and to find the root cause. So what we are going to present to you today is the finding from that multidisciplinary team that was mandated by CBE to take you through the report. So I will allow Dr. Mieza to take us through what the investigation entailed, what the root causes are, and some of the recommendations that we have put together as the outcome of that investigation, that we will ensure that as the built environment, such incidences do not occur in the future. And throughout the process, we have been transparent and ensure fairness, and also really respected the truth, and parallel to that process to ensure that a full comprehensive process throughout has been investigated. So we're going to take you through the investigation that Dr. Mieza is going to highlight and the outcome of that investigation. Dr. Mieza, I will hand over to you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you. Good morning to yourself, Chair, and Mepiri, and the members of the committees. Chairperson, we want to start from the guidance that has been provided by the SAPS in terms of the information that we are presenting. The actual report has been submitted to the SAPS formally, so we are under that guidance. But we do think that it's important that we also share with the committees some of the highlights that have emerged from our investigation. Chairperson, you'll note that in the slide number 1, we have titled our presentation intentionally so that our view is that the George building collapse is an anatomy of a failed system. And I think I'll explain, Chair, into the next slide why we call that from a CB point of view. I think the timelines, just to augment what the colleague from the SAPS has presented. Indeed, we were part of the process from the beginning. Obviously, I want to accept that during the incident, there were a number of role players that converged at George, and CBE was part of the delegation led by the then Deputy Minister to go and be part of the initial processes. As part of that work, Chair, we had to do what we call a dipstick analysis, because any structure or any construction project will start with the professionals in the built environment. And these professionals includes town planning processes, includes architectural design, includes quantity surveying, will deal with bill of quantities, includes the engineers who will deal with structural engineering integrity, construction managers. So the entire value chain in the construction project are the professionals that SCPE we are regulating the professions that falls under the family of CBE. So the timeline really, Chair, is just to appraise you on the work that we've done since the commencement. I think, Chairperson, having actually outlined that process, I think it is important that one of the, from a professional point of view, when we engage with some of the survivors and the families of the victims, one of the questions that was raised towards me when I presented some of the high-level findings to them was that if it's true that the professionals that you've listed are part of the construction value chain, so how come only workers perished on that day? And I think it's a question that professionally we might have to answer at some point on why only general workers died on the day when it is accepted that on site at all times, there must be this group of professionals that I've just outlined in my input. So Chairperson, I think the next slide really, what I'm trying to ground in the presentation is to say the work of CBE as outlined by the Chairperson is really premised on the Section 22 of the Constitution, which enable us as citizens a right to choose freely a career or a trade or an occupation. And I think those occupations that we have chosen are also subject to restrictions and limitations. And hence, in the built environment space or in the construction value chain, there are a plethora of legislation that governs what we do. Amongst others is the National Building Regulations and Building Standards, which falls under DTIC. And I think that's really what framed the work that we do in the construction of properties in the built environment. In the main, Chairperson, the safety, uniformity, health, and structural integrity, it's what the National Building Regulations advances. And I think this is what professionals in the built environment are expected to adhere to in the work that they do. I think the Chairperson has covered the rationale why we undertook the investigation. But Chairperson, it is important to place on the table that the work that we do and the investigation that we undertook was framed around the legislative framework of the CBE Act, especially Section 4, that actually mandate us to ensure that we deal with issues of public health and safety in the environment. And I think that's really what we had to do and advise the minister in case there are issues that requires investigation or improvements. And our report really is trying to present that case to the ministry. The second part that I want to amplify, Chair, because this property that collapsed, as per the DM's opening remarks, was a building that was under construction. We had to solicit structural engineers, 4 of them, and there were 2 architects as well as a legal professional. So ours was not necessarily a forensic investigation, but was a technical investigation to actually try and excavate what might have happened on the project. Chairperson, the next slide, really what I'm trying to demonstrate here is the actual cycle, the construction value cycle of the scope of work that you'll find in any of the project. And I think that is where professionals that we regulate collectively with the built environment councils resides. In the main, Chairperson, if you read Section 20 of the CBE Act, deals with the issue of how you identify the scope of work for these professionals, be it at a stage number 1, be it at a concept phase, be it at design, be it at tendering, be it at, in most cases where you'll find contractors in stage 5, as well as in stage 6, where the closeout report will be, as well as the design for as-is building will be undertaken. So this is really what happened on site, on any site, be it a road construction or a structure construction. That's really where you'll find our professional being involved. And that's really where the Section 20 of the CBE Act, which is the act that empowers CBE to determine the policy that frame the work of professionals in the built environment in this country. Chairperson, I think without repeating, I think in the main, our studies, our investigation, therefore, had to look at what are the key responsibilities assigned to these professionals that are involved in this construction project, that were involved in the construction project, on whether these professionals did adhere to the code of conduct that governs their professional standing in society. And also, like any other investigation, it won't be good enough for us to indicate what went wrong, but also to propose some of the interventions to ensure that this does not happen in the future, Chairperson. Chairperson, just to flight this quickly, and I think this is really what the other colleagues are going to cover, and I've actually stated this point in my previous slide, that the section, the Built Environment Act, basically deals with the IDO, which is the issue about standards, maintaining register of qualified individuals, awarding professional title, also protecting those titles, because not anyone can just be afforded a title of being a professional, but also their code of conduct on how, when people actually contravene the rules, then you subject them to the code of conduct that they would have adhered to. Chairperson, I think it is important that we also take a bit of time in understanding what are the requirements from the National Building Regulations. In the main, Chair, it outlines 4 areas on what will make a structure be saved or a building be saved. It must be designed properly. It must use correct material. It must be well-grounded in terms of methods on how it was constructed. And importantly for us, the skills and knowledge of the team that is involved, be it in design, construction, and supervision, must be tested and competently confirmed by the regulatory bodies. And the last one really is about the issues of integrity and ethics, to ensure that the work that we do professionally, we can actually test and confirm that we did what we're supposed to do. And I think that's really what the point, Chairperson, that we are submitting. And also importantly is the issue around the competent person. And I think that's what the EXA report has been trying to confirm in the main on what they try to do in the investigation. Chairperson, this slide really just to share a perspective on why buildings generally collapse. And I think based on the point I've raised around what NBR advocate for, in most cases, a building collapse because of poor design, poor quality material, and also when there is no proper checking of construction work. And then secondly, if there are defects that are identified and are not attended to, and thirdly, if the construction work is not following the design that was put forward during the design of the construction, and lastly, really, if there are no clarity on who is responsible for what, in the site or during the construction. That's really what will cause most structures to collapse. And I think, Chair, there has been buildings in this country that have collapsed. And I think perhaps one of the lessons from an industry point of view is to say this should not continue. In 2025, we are discussing buildings that have collapsed in South Africa. And I think it is an indictment from a professional point of view that we are having this conversation with the portfolio committee where professionals have been involved on such matters. Chairperson, I'm going to go through this slide quickly. So in our view from our report, we think this building collapsed because there was structural integrity. We also think that this building collapsed because there were non-compliance issues and violations. We also think that this building collapsed because there were inconsistencies in terms of how the norms and standards on what is expected on projects of this nature. And we also think that there were also issues of competence that requires some attention. And I think some of the reports from my colleagues will actually unravel that. And there were also issues of misrepresentation on the professional team that was on site. And lastly, I think it's a matter that has led to this sitting to take place. There is also a fragmentation on how we administer the construction and the built environment in the country. And I think it requires us to rethink into the future on how we deal with those issues. And the last point, Chairperson, relates to some of the outdated measures that we are using in the construction space as a country. And I think in 2025, we accept that the construction and the use of cement has been codified, and there are ways and processes that have been accepted globally on what to use when you are building structures of this magnitude and this nature. So our view is that the building that was being constructed was not a complex structure, and therefore it shouldn't have collapsed the way it did. And surely there were frailties that could have been identified or avoided during the design or during the supervision that perhaps we could do better in moving to the future. Chairperson, obviously, in terms of what we're to put forward in the report, it's detailed in the report, is an approach that will then disrupt in terms of what we know currently and move away from the orthodox that actually governs what we do. And I think, Chairperson, you'll accept that the construction industry really takes long to adjust to new ways of doing things, because there's always fear of accepting new ways of doing things. So we are proposing some of these disruptive measures that will require us to think differently on how we deal with matters. Some of them relate to actually looking at our legislative framework, including the CBE Act, which was established in 2000. And perhaps it's time for us to relook at how we govern the profession as a country. And some of the issues that we're proposing, and I think my colleagues from CIDB will agree to that there is a proposal that perhaps the class of work that relates to reinforced concrete, those contractors must register with CIDB, and that work is part of the CIDB bill that is currently under process. And I do know that there are engagement between CIDB and NHBRC to try and sort out some of the issues that have been catered for in the legislation. And the last one, Chair, is about really how do we organize ourselves as a sector to ensure that construction industry does not suffer the incidents that we have experienced in the past, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me stop here for now, but I thought let me just give you some of the high-level issues in terms of our investigation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Baba Tumben, are you fine?
We're done, Chairperson, with our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the presentation gives a bit of hope in that that incident has really opened our eyes. I guess members are noting. Can we go to the next presentation? I'm happy. Thanks very much, Doctor. You've done well on time. Can we go to the next presentation from the Department of Employment and Labor? The DM has already made some political remarks regarding that report.
Yes, Chair, the team is going to present now. Let's start the presentation.
Yes, can we fly the presentation? Thank you very much. Continue. Acting DG.
Okay, thank you. Good day, Chairperson. My name is Millie Reuters. I am the Chief Inspector responsible for occupational health and safety in the Department of Employment and Labor. I will be doing the presentation. Can they kindly fly the presentation for the members to see the presentation?
Who don't you have hosting rights? Can you give the presenter hosting rights?
The hosting rights should be to Matapela Matabogo. Thank you.
Matapelo, can you assist us? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Flight mode. Yeah, thanks. Continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the interest of time, the Deputy Minister has made my task easier with his remarks. So there will be slides that I will literally just refer to and not necessarily dwell on the slides in order to make sure that we stay within the allocated time. Slide number 2 is just the table of contents. We are going to be very precise. If we can just go to slide number 3, where we're just going to outline our mandate from the Department of Employment and Labour, as well as to provide progress on where we are with the incident investigation, the compensation claims, and also just a little bit of feedback on work that we've done after the incident has occurred. If we go to slide number 4, just to indicate the constitutional mandate of the Department of Employment and Labour that is related to the incident that occurred, that will be Section 10, where we promote labor standards and fundamental rights at work. Also, Section 24, which is the key focus for today's presentation, which is the environmental right, where also workers have to ensure that workers work in an environment that's not harmful to their health and their well-being in their workplace. And then Section 27, which is we need to ensure that we provide adequate social security nets to protect our vulnerable workers. So Section 24 in the next slide of the Constitution states that everyone has a right to environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being. This includes workers. Therefore, the employers need to ensure that they comply with the Occupational Health and Safety Act as well as its regulations. In slide number 6, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, Chairperson and honorable members, provides for the health and safety of persons at work. So those are your employees, but also it states, it goes further, where it also looks at the protection of persons other than persons at work, which might be affected by the employer-employee relationship. And this is in connection with activities of persons at work. So we have a little bit of a broader mandate. If we look at slide number 7, just the purpose of the Act, I'm not going to go through all of it, but the first one is the responsibilities of the employers and the employees, as well as Section 16, which speaks of the role of leadership, which is the Chief Executive Officer. But for today's focus, we will be speaking to reporting of an incident as well as investigating of an incident. So in the next slide, who does the Occupational Health and Safety Act apply to? It applies to employers, it applies to employees, it applies to self-employed persons, and it also applies to users. If we go to the next slide, Section 8 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act is very clear that the employer is obligated to provide and maintain a workplace that is safe and without risk to the health of the employees. Also, employees also have duties where they need to make sure that they don't intentionally or recklessly interfere, damage, or misuse anything that has been provided in the interest of health and safety. If we go to the next slide, which will be the key focus on why we were in 75 Victoria Street at where the building collapsed. In Section 31, it indicates that an inspector may investigate the circumstances of an incident which has occurred or originated from the workplace. And this was the case with the George collapse, and also which have resulted in an injury, an illness, or death of any person. And this is to determine whether it is necessary to hold a formal inquiry, which is a Section 32 inquiry. Section 31(2) states that after the inspector has completed the investigation in terms of subsection 1, the inspector shall submit a written report together with all the relevant statements, documents, information that the inspector has gathered to the Attorney General. Our Act is a bit old, so it's still referring to the Attorney General. So it's to the NPA, in whose area of jurisdiction the incident occurred, and also at the same time submit a copy to the Chief Inspector. So 3 is also very critical. That's why I'm focusing on it. Upon receipt of the report referred to in subsection 2, that is the incident investigation report with all the annexures, the NPA shall deal with it in accordance with the provisions of the Inquest Act, as well as the Criminal Procedure Act. So when it comes to occupational health and safety, there is also criminal liability, and the DM did emphasize that particular point in the beginning when he gave his statement. In the next slide, just to summarize Section 31, we do, as the inspectorate, conduct an incident investigation. What is the way forward? It is direct submission of the report to the NPA in terms of Section 31(2)(1), or we can conduct a formal inquiry in terms of Section 32, or the Act also provides for us to do a joint inquiry in terms of Section 33. So those are the 3 ways forward after we have completed the investigation. So slide number 12 just indicates what is a formal inquiry as per Section 80, as per the OSH Act 85 of 1993, and this gives the rights to the Chief Inspector that can then call a formal inquiry. Slide number 13 is just a joint inquiry where it states that the provisions of Section 32 shall not affect provisions of any law required in inquests, and also it then gives us the opportunity to do a joint inquiry, and this must then be held jointly. That will be, for instance, the Department of Employment and Labor with another department, where we then have a judicial officer that will then assist us with this particular joint inquiry. Synopsis of what happened in George, slide number 14. I'm not going to go through the details. I believe the previous speakers as well as the DM has indicated what transpired on the 6th of May. Our inspectors were informed because according to the Occupational Health and Safety Act, they need to be informed when such incidents occurred. And slide number 16 just indicated what happened, where our inspectors was on site immediately after the incident occurred. And also we, our compensation fund officials, as well as the Federated Employers Mutual, which is a licensee, also joined to assist with compensation for occupational injuries and diseases claims. That includes also death benefits, funeral benefits, pension benefits. So they were on site from the 7th and even the 9th of May. And even after that, there has been sessions that FEM and CF conducted in the George area to try and assist the beneficiaries. The next slide is slide number 17. It's just to indicate that the province then, the inspector in the province then initiated the Section 31. Also, what we did was we secured the landfill site where some of the rubble was kept for sampling. Also, we initiated, as the Department of Employment and Labor, under the Compensation Fund and the Federated Employers Mutual, the processing of the Social Security claims. Current status in the next slide, where we are as the Department of Employment and Labor with the Section 31 investigation. The investigation was underway. Our anticipated date of finalization was the 30th of October. And the way forward after the finalization of the investigation is for us to make a determination, as stated earlier, on direct submission to the NPA in terms of Section 31(2)(1), or a formal inquiry in terms of Section 32, or a joint inquiry in terms of Section 33. An update on Social Security. The Deputy Minister also assisted with giving an update, because it is very important to note that the department has been on site from the beginning and that we are processing Social Security claims, but there are challenges with the processing of the Social Security claims. If there are no documentation, we are unable to finalize the processing of Social Security claims. We do the processing of Social Security claims under Section 27 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, that states that everyone has a right to social protection, and in this particular case, it is related to the compensation fund. The DM has given a summary of all the claims. I'm just going to browse through this very briefly. 77 employees were affected, and 68 of the claims were from the compensation fund. 5 of the claims were from Federated Employers Mutual. As indicated, Federated Employers Mutual is a licensee, and some of the employers in the construction sector falls under Federated Employers Mutual. And then there were 4 alleged claims where we do not have any documentation or any names that we could not process. The DM has assisted with the breakdown of the claims. Just to note that the claims that were received by the compensation fund, 15 were for South African nationals and 53 were for foreign nationals. We've also had Home Affairs that confirmed that the 53 were illegal foreign nationals. There was 1 that had a work permit, but it had expired. In the next slide, we did speak to, the DM did emphasize on this particular matter. I'm not going to go through the detail of it. It's just where we give sufficient detail on what has transpired with the compensation claims. Slide number 23, it's also just the detailed breakdown from Federated Employers Mutual for the 5 claims that they have subsequently processed. To note that when it comes to Social Security, we need documentation in order for the Department of Employment and Labor to finalize the processing of claims. Slide number 24 up to slide number 27. It's just to indicate to the portfolio committee chair that we have done some work as the Department of Employment and Labor even after the incident occurred. There is a project that we're doing with the International Labour Organization. This project started before the incident occurred, but resources was then diverted to have advocacy sessions as well as inspections that were done, especially in the Western Cape. So the slides just focus on that. Slide 26 just indicates that the Western Cape was a week after the incident occurred. We did do a blitz inspection, high impact blitz all over the country. The Western Cape then did at that time 311 inspections, and we had only 42% compliance. And you can see that OHS compliance, COID compliance, UI compliance were quite low. Then there was a follow-up blitz that we did nationally again, now in 2025. And you can see that the compliance levels is again 42%. There was an increase with the OSH compliance, 55%. COIDA 0% compliance. We have a huge challenge with compliance with Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act. And just the last slide, in closing, with regards to the Section 31 investigation, it was finalized. We're still busy with internal process, and we will then make a decision on the way forward. And we are in the process of finalizing the Social Security claims. But unfortunately, if we do not have documentation, we cannot finalize it. And in some instances, we have to close the case in the absence of us having sufficient documentation With that said, I thank you, Chairperson and the honorable members.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think you also did well on time, except for the fact that the way you designed your slides, they were a bit disruptive. But at least we received your presentation beforehand. We're able to go through that. DM, are you fine?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I want to agree with you, Chair, on the disruption that you are talking about when it comes to our slides. And Chairperson, I can assure you, it won't happen again. I'm in agreement with you. Chair, maybe let me just say a few things in addition. I think the members saw where we spoke about the issue of joint inquiry. It's unfortunate, Chair. I think it's proper that we raise it here. It's unfortunate that we had some challenges when it comes to collaboration with the SAPS team. And I'm glad the leaders within SAPS are here. What happened, Chair, is that one unfortunate event that happened is that when our inspectors went to the incident to start inspection, the SAPS team chased away our inspectors. They wanted to remove them from site, and they even brought NPA to remove our inspectors from site. And Chair, we are the custodians of occupational health and safety, which is at the center of these incidents when they happen. And we are specialists. Our specialists were removed, and they brought NPA, which is very unfortunate because the issue of collaboration amongst the government departments is very important. It gives us more impact, but it makes us to work in collaboration, which gives us a faster investigations rather than taking time. So we really felt that there is a need for SAPS to understand our work, because we have a responsibility that they don't have on other areas, that they don't have expertise on, which on our side we have expertise on them. OHS is we are the custodians of occupational health and safety in the Republic of South Africa. Even their offices, they are our responsibility. But further to that, they even opened a case, Chair, against our inspector, because they demanded that he hands over the original health and safety files and copies, of which OHS, the occupational health and safety regulations, are very clear on that. As we were going to continuing our investigation, we needed the original files. He made them all the copies, but they demanded the originals, which again is very problematic. And they opened a case against the inspector of trying to interfere with their work or obstruction. Then the case was withdrawn later after our legal service team wrote to the SAPS a letter in trying to make them understand our responsibility, which again is very unfortunate that we had to reach that point while we're supposed to be working together. Police must work with us and collaborate with us, Chair, during the investigations of this nature. It makes it easy for all of us, as I've said, that we achieve greater impact and do it faster. And then lastly, at the beginning of May, we wrote to the police, to SAPS, Chair. My office, I'm the Deputy Minister delegated by the Minister with the responsibility of leading inspection and enforcement in the Republic of South Africa. So my office, working with the Inspector General and the Chief Inspector, we wrote to the police requesting that we must work together and have a joint inquiry in dealing with this matter. And Chair, I must tell you, up until today, we were never responded to. Even my team went to the SAPS to try and say, there is this request that we've made. We couldn't get any joy from the SAPS. That is a very unfortunate. I think I had to say it because we want to see government working together, not in silos. We are one government with the same agenda. And it's very, very important that such things become lessons moving forward. And I must say it, I felt they became very bully to our inspectors. And we don't take kind of such behavior ourselves as the department because we've got a responsibility ourselves in this space. But other than that, I think the presentation has painted the picture. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DM. I think during question and answer, General, particularly, you'll also address the concern of the Deputy Minister so that we move forward together. Thanks very much, DM. Honorable members, I still remind you to take notes so that as we move forward, you are able to ask questions. Let's receive the last presentation from George Municipality. I guess I'm correct, Secretary?
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The people from George Municipality are here. Can the leader of the delegation introduce him or herself, or is the executive mayor? Executive Mayor, we're in your hands. We will introduce your delegation and move from there. Thanks very much. Continue.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I just want to say thank you, Deputy Minister, all honourable members of this committee and all other departments present here today. My delegation consists out of myself, which is the Executive Mayor, my Municipal Manager, which is Mr. Godfrey Lowe. Then we've got Warren Miller here, which is the attorney with the George Municipality, and then Mrs. Frances Schroeder from Frances Schroeder Attorneys, which obtained our legal opinion. Now, the briefing will be handled today by our Municipal Manager, Mr. Godfrey Lowe. I'm going to give over to him.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Co-Chair, members of Parliament, members of the different portfolio committees. Also acknowledge the Executive Mayor, now the Lady Jackie van Brandes. Honourable Chair, you've requested us to do a briefing on the findings of the building collapse in Victoria Street. However, we have written to you on the 29th of October stating our position, and our position is as follows. We have tabled an item to Council on the 30th of May, where we've given a broad overview of the situation, what happened at the Victoria Street building collapse. We've also given Council a legal opinion, which was obtained by Advocate Alberts, and we've also advised Council that the engineering report that we received was immediately handed over to SAPS. That was given on advice from our legal team that we cannot disclose the content of the expert investigation that was done by the structural engineers. And that report is currently sitting with SAPS, which is being used as part of their bundle of evidence in pursuit of justice for the families who lost their lives. Now, Chair, currently as we speak, I've made a statement or affidavit to SAPS as the accounting officer, and all indications are that the matter is now with the Director of Public Prosecutions, with a view to ascertain whether they can proceed with prosecution. I'm not going to dwell on the legal opinion that we received. We all know that this incident happened on the 6th of May 2024, around about 9 minutes after 2, when our fire department received the first call of the building collapse. The SAPS has alluded to the fact that the building was still under construction, but at an advanced stage. It was reported that the construction workers on site, that there were construction workers on site, and I think SAPS also made mention of the total number of initial workers. However, that number was revised, and we now know at this point in time that there were 39 people who succumbed to their injuries, and 34 were rescued. From the municipality side, about 6,000 tons of rubble and building material was removed from the site in the days post the collapse. So the investigation and the legal opinion that we received, as there's a narrative out there in public domain, and that the municipality, the George municipality, must take ownership and must be held accountable for the building collapse. We received a legal opinion to the opposite, that in terms of potential delictual liability, the municipality cannot be held liable. However, that's a matter that is going to be discussed and considered during the judicial process before the court. And once we know what the outcome is, we can pronounce on that. Chair, I don't know whether I should add anything else. I have our legal team here with us. So if there are questions pertaining to the legality and building control investigations, I'm sure we can answer that. That's in a short and very synoptic overview, Chair. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last presentation, Selina, before we get into deliberations.
Yes, Chair, it was the last one. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much for the presenters, especially the DM from Dell. At least now we know who are the stakeholders who are involved. We know who's the developer, who's the main contractor, who's the engineer, and so on. I think that's very important information that as members of parliament, we are expected to receive today. I'm going to give honorable members and my co-chair, Chairperson Phiri, will also assist me so that we make sure that only members of parliament, for a start, are the ones that are asking questions. I'm not sure how many of you want to ask questions, but depending on the number of hands, maybe let me see those who want to ask questions first, so that I'm able to give direction. Because if it's one, I may give you 30 minutes, but if you are 10, I may give you 2 minutes each. Let me see who are honorable members who would like to engage with the reports. Bonginkosi Matikisela, Natinumalo, Malebukobe, Edwin.
Okay. I can't raise my hand.
Okay, Honorable Maka. Okay. I see there are a number of members of parliament who would like to ask questions. Maybe for a start, let me give each of you an opportunity to ask 2 questions. We'll come back. And you indicate to which entity are you directing your questions, and I will allow 3 members to ask questions, which means it will be 6 questions. Then we get answers. I come to another 3. We get answers. If we still have time, we'll then have the second round for members to ask questions. I just want to make sure, because it's a joint committee, I want to make sure that every member has an opportunity to ask questions, and we give those who are supposed to answer enough time to answer questions. I'll start with Honorable Madikizela, followed by Honorable Ngumalo, followed by Honorable Kobe. In that order. Please let us not make serious political statements, because they will eat into our time. Let's make sure that as much as possible we go direct to our questions. Honorable Madikizela.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and greetings to our chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, the Mayor of George, and the senior officials from our entities who are part of this meeting. Chair, it is very limiting to really give us 2 minutes, but I'll respect your ruling, because there are a number of issues that I would have loved to raise. And I think it's going to be important, Chair, that going forward, instead of really dwelling on what has happened, which is very unfortunate, we really need to focus on what we need to do, and take as a lesson from what has happened going forward, so that we don't see the repeat of what has happened. Because it's very clear to me that there are a number of broken telephone lines that resulted in this collapse, and those have been outlined by our colleagues. Maybe let me then go straight and focus on 2 issues as you requested. The first issue, I do want to agree with Dr. Mieza that really the issue of the National Building Regulations and Building Standards Act of 1997, I mean, it's bizarre that it sits with the Department of Trade and Industry. Because I don't see this department playing any role in the construction industry, and therefore we really need to consider very seriously relocating this, because I think it can really assist us to have a better monitoring mechanism going forward. And the second and last point, amongst many that I would have loved to raise, Chair, is this issue of the number of foreign nationals that were employed there. And I'm aware that part of the challenge is that there's very weak monitoring, especially from Dell, to make sure that people who are employed in these areas do meet the requirements in terms of the laws that we have in this country. So how are we going to deal with this issue going forward, especially given the fact that there are expectations to compensate these employees, and given the report that we just received, that the documents that they produced, or no documents at all that have been produced, are clearly indicating that these individuals were here illegally. How are we going to deal with that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madikizela. Honorable Ngumalo.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the co-chair, members of Parliament, the DM, and members from different entities, from different departments. I would like also to echo what my colleague Madikizela has said, that unfortunately there is nothing that can be done now in terms of reversing what happened in George. it is very much unfortunate that 34 people lost their lives, and also the fact that others got injured. So it's very unfortunate. So I'm worried, Chair, about the 311 investigations that were done in the Western Cape. In order for us perhaps to prevent the incident, this tragic incident that took place on that day, I don't think it is wise to focus only in the Western Cape. I think we need to go beyond the Western Cape to make sure that these things are investigated. And also on the issue of the foreign nationals, I think again the Department of Labour is not doing what they are expected to do. How can you have so many foreign nationals who are illegal, for that matter, to be working in South Africa? It means they are not doing enough on what they need to do in terms of investigating the activities that are taking place on the construction sites across the country. And also very much worried with what the DM has said regarding the working together between the SAPS and Labour. And I really understand where he comes from when he said SAPS, they don't really have all the expertise in dealing with, all the necessary expertise in dealing with the issues pertaining to the investigation with regards to construction. So we are lawmakers. We need to close this gap because it will open again another can of worms. So I suggest that we need to look at this matter very closely so that we make sure that there is a synergy between these two departments. Because like he has said, we are one government. We are not different governments. We can't be working in silos. So this thing needs to be looked into very urgently. I've got a lot to say. Unfortunately, I cannot, due to time constraints, I cannot say anything more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, to your co-chair as well, Honorable Phiri, the DM who is on the platform, and thanking him really for his honesty and his just openness with regards to the limitations that they've had as a department. Chair, I know you've asked us to avoid long political preempts, but Chair, I think it would be it would be remiss of me not to say this on hand. Chair, we've received reports from SAPS, we've received reports from DEL, and the only NCBE, Public Works. Chair, it is very worrisome for us and must be on record, Chair, that we are not receiving reports from the municipality. It is unacceptable, regardless of what legal opinion they have. We are supposed to be taken as a portfolio committee into confidence as to the processes that were taken. Every other party, and not to have the municipal manager come and proclaim his innocence before even being, processed thoroughly within an investigation. We can understand that those are their legal opinions, but if people don't have anything to hide, I think they would have come out on camera and talked about the processes that they followed, which they presume that are somehow correct. And this is why they presume their innocence. I think it is important for those who are operating within the line of or the ambit of being innocent to be transparent if they are so innocent. That's first of all. Chair, my question, I've got two questions. One is with regards to the George Municipality. I want to ask them who signed off on the building. The building was meant to be 3 stories. This is the initial approval of the building, but the building then moved on from 3 stories to 5 stories, which in the preliminary reports that we have received from our portfolio committee in Public Works, that this was not supposed to be. The initial plans to have it as 3 stories, it's where the building was supposed to hold, but the problem came when there was an addition of now 5 stories. I'd like to know on the side of council who signed off on this. We need to know the person whose signatures on those plans. Chair, and also to the DEL, now to the companies that were found to not have been compliant in terms of the papers of illegal foreign nationals. What consequence management is there? Are you finding companies that you are finding to not be compliant? Because with the graph that you've shown us, the table that you've shown us is that last year you did investigations as to the compliance levels of the Western Cape, and this year they've come out and they show relatively the same issues that persist. And this shows us that the economy of the Western Cape is built off of non-compliance on the backs of illegal migrants, while South Africans languish in poverty. For us, what consequence management are there? And in terms of insurance, how many claims were successfully processed on the end of DEL? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If we can get a response, I would like to start with the subs general, the concern raised by the DM, and any other question that you think.
Chair, Co-Chair, Honorable Sabi, am I audible? Before you could give it to them, I wanted to come in all those questions that were raised by members. One thing that comes to me, which might even assist us better, is to question who's the leader of this investigation. All the department involved, as UDM have said, there seems like there was no good communication amongst themselves. Are they telling us after this disaster has happened, they've never had their technical meeting all in one place without us as members of parliament, but the department, the municipalities and they've never met and tried to see what was the main issue and how do they resolve this matter and try to make it a one report. Are they telling us they have been always working in silos? So that is one thing that comes to me. If they had a meeting together, who is the leader of this meeting? And if not, how is it not possible for them to come one place before they could come to us in parliament and speak in one language? I am not in a position to hold a meeting amongst themselves before they could even come to parliament. So that is what I wanted to check, maybe before they could respond to all these other questions that were raised by the 3 members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. General.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I will start with the first one of the Deputy Minister. It is actually an unfortunate part that it has landed up that way into the minister's offices. I must say upfront, I was in charge of that operation. To answer the last speaker on the question, what we had, we set up a JOC, a Joint Operational Center, where all people were dispatched from to the scene. As it was a disaster, the first thing that had to happen was the disaster managers to go into the scene and save lives. So at that stage, the access control to the scene was controlled because we wanted to know who goes to the scene and what role is he going to do. And if any person pitches up in the scene without going to the operational room, then it would be chased away from there I think that's where the minister, I think, was reported that they've been moved from the scene to the operational room, the joint center. And then in that joint center, we had all the other role players that were there, Honorable Chair. Yes, there was a misunderstanding between the police and the labor. I think it was a question of attitude, not a question of the work that had to be done. Because when you have an operational commander who was, at that point, I was the operational commander, coordinating everything that has to be done in that area. Because we treated that as a crime scene. 34 people were dead. And we needed to ensure that the scene is controlled so that at the end, the investigation continues. All other people, even including the disaster, they were all our investigational aides into that scene. So everybody that was there up to now, because we're investigating, as I said in the first place, that we're investigating an inquest, which the unfortunate part of all the other role players that were there, that were in the investigation aids to us, Labor Department has not submitted the report that we need to get to the NPA so that this matter can be finalized. That's one of the delays. Coming to the documents that were taken, on the scene without us knowing, and then, but the agreement was that at the end, we would get the copies, which we did, and that matter was settled. At the job where we had meetings all the time, Labor Department was missing. They would send junior people that cannot even take any decision, and then they would leave. So that's what has happened there. And I think it is important that to understand as why we said, what is our mandate as the SAPS at the scene? Because at that scene at the time, we're controlling it, taking it as a crime scene. Up to the time that when it was handed over to us, and then we could say, who else now must go into the scene? It's not a question that nobody was allowed to the scene, but it was said to be coordinated. It's unfortunate that it went that way, but we sorted it out on our part, but we still need that report, because that's a report that needs to form part, whether it says it's going to the NPA. NPA, this is a procedural guided, yes. For any other thing, the lessons will be learned. I think we had a debriefing meetings where we sat and look at what went wrong, how do we work on it in the future, and it was not a big issue. But we are requesting that document. I don't know if I had any other issues when it comes that who was in charge of the police were in charge. I've answered that question, and everybody was now our investigation, and indeed we don't have those skills. Those skills, that's why we needed all other people, all of the investigation, only one that's left from the Labor Department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. George, Municipality.
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Once again, just to respond to the issue raised by Honourable MP Kobe, the approval of building plans is governed by the National Building Regulations and Standards Act, and we've acted in accordance with the provisions of that particular National Building Regulations and Standards Act. The issue at hand is the developer has to or had to appoint a competent person, and that competent person is deemed to be a structural engineer who is a professional.
Chairperson, apologies for interrupting the speaker. I thought you directed all of us to switch on our cameras where possible. If it's not possible, it's okay. But if it is, kindly could they do that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's comply where possible. Continue.
Compliance with the National Building Regulations. Thank you, Chair. Still not.
The question is, City Manager, the question is who signed off the building plans and there is an allegation that the plans, when were submitted, it was supposed to be a 3 stories. It ultimately, by the time it collapsed, it was a 5-story building.
Yes, Chair. I'll try and answer that, and I'll ask my legal team to assist. Once again, I want to reiterate by saying that the approval of the building plan is a process that is governed by the National Building Regulations, and the authority to enforce that is the George Municipality. So even though the increase in floor space or from 3 to 4 story, that has been approved by the George Municipality. Then I think what is important to note is that, like I said, there's a structural engineer on site. The structural engineer is a professional who is a membership or is a member of a professional institute, and they sign off on the building, on the foundations, and as the building progresses, we received sign-off progress reports from the structural engineer. Chair, I think that's more or less what was said. Yes. Then I want to also add by saying that we've submitted a detailed report to your office. So if the members want a cite to that report, your secretariat can share that with the honourable members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. CBE, is there something directed to you?
No, Chairperson, there was nothing for us, Chair. So okay. We're covered. Thank you.
Del, DM, or your delegate? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will also ask the team to just respond because, yes, quite a number of questions were directed at us, and we understand and we appreciate the questions from the members, but also the comments, Chair. They help in one way or the other for us to do better. Chair, we acknowledge one that the gaps that we might have when it comes to inspection and enforcement is documented because we have a challenge of the number of inspectors that we're having in the department. We have more than 1 million employers in this country, more than 2 million or so employers in the country. And we have 2,000, just above 2,000 inspectors. Then it becomes very difficult. I'm trying to respond to Honorable Matigizela, who raised this matter, and correctly so. He's raising it in a genuine manner, which also we accept that we can't say we are able to inspect each and every business premise in this country. We do have challenges when it comes to the number of inspectors that we're having. We have capable inspectors who wake up every morning to go out every morning to do inspection work with diligence and very ethical. But the number of inspectors that we have, to be honest, I always say, Chair, if we can at least have 10,000 inspectors, permanent inspectors in this country, we can make a huge difference. Even if we get 4,000 extra inspectors and have 6,000, can make a huge difference in the work that we are doing. So that is the gap that we are having currently as the Department of Employment and Labour, which I believe, because I'm talking to lawmakers, they can make a case for us. We have a serious role and a responsibility to turn the picture in the country. If we can get more resources, they can be a huge difference that we can make in changing how things are in terms of inspection and enforcement. The issue of illegal immigrants that are employed in different business or premises or by different employers. One, the issue of illegal immigrants in the country, I know we all can agree that it's one issue that is burning and is an emotive issue currently in our country. It's the most spoken about. It's the most challenging one. it's again a collaborative effort. Currently, even when we do inspections and in different businesses, we have taken a decision to take SAPS with us and take Home Affairs with us because we want to have a greater impact. We become a lead department, but we are collaborating with the two sister departments because it makes it easy for us to do the complete inspection that deals with everything that is happening in that company. So we are trying by all means to deal with this matter, but you'll know that people who are dealing with the immigration laws, it's Home Affairs. That's why we bring Home Affairs with us, even when we deal with the inspection and enforcement. It's because exactly we've identified that there is quite a number of companies, in fact, a huge number of companies in South Africa, both foreign-owned and South African-owned companies that have employed hundreds of thousands of illegal foreign immigrants who don't bring any skill in the country. We're working tirelessly and aggressive in dealing with this with the three sister departments. There are results that we see, but I must say the challenge is huge, Chair. It's huge. We can talk about unemployment in this country. Yes, we do have, but if we can also dent this challenge, it can change even the picture of unemployment, as the honorable member even bordered on the issues of the illegal foreign immigrants occupying the positions that should be occupied by South Africans. So we are dealing with that matter. We are trying every day to deal with it, but it needs more than just our department. Ours, when we find that employers are employing illegal foreign immigrants, Home Affairs deals with them. In fact, we arrest the employer. Now the employer gets to be arrested, charged, and fined as well. That's why we work as the three sister department. SAPS comes in to assist as well. So that is what happens. Even the employer now gets to be arrested for employing an illegal foreign immigrants, which is criminal now in our country. There was an issue of the Department of Employment and Labor. I think I've covered both these ones of illegal foreign immigrants as well. The reason why we were just showing the members the work that we have done in the Western Cape of inspection and enforcement in the construction sector was just to give a picture that we are not sitting down and doing nothing when it comes to the construction sector. The construction sector is just one of many sectors that we are dealing with in the country, but we are focusing as well on construction sector. We're just showing on the work that we have been doing even after the collapse of George Building, because we intensified our inspection and enforcement in Western Cape, as the members are saying, correctly so, which I'm in agreement with them, that we should learn lessons out of this and we should try by all means not to have the repeat of the George collapse. So we are playing our part in trying to do a lot of enforcement. We are just showing Western Cape, but we are doing it all over the country. We do it beyond our inspectors in all provinces. We do have these inspections in different sectors, construction sector being one of the sectors of interest, especially as well because of its employment of huge numbers. It's a mass employment in the construction sector, more than a number of other sectors, except agricultural sector probably. But we are inspecting the entire country, as I've said, with the number of inspectors that we are having. I'm glad that the Honorable Ngumalo raised the issue of the lawmakers coming into the space where they see the gaps amongst the departments. I'm very, very happy. It's the responsibility that I'm very happy that the portfolio committee would like to come into, because it really makes government weak where departments will behave as if there is competition. And it's what we must eradicate in our government, where there is an element of competition, an element of being a big brother, government is the same. People must start to understand that, yes, take your responsibility, but government is the same. Honorable Gobe, what happens to companies that are not complying? I think on that one, again, when we do inspections, we issue notices depending on how serious is, I would say, the offense or the level of non-compliance. We issue notices where we'll tell the employer what he needs to do to comply. We give them specific time frames and timelines, and then we come back and do the follow-up, whether they've corrected what needs to be corrected. But as I've said, depending on the enormity of the challenge, at times we even issue prohibitions where we close down the company or we close down that area of operation where we realize that there's risk. There can be a fatality, there can be injuries. It can affect employees because we have an interest as well on the health of employees and their well-being. So we even close down some companies in its entirety up until they fix what we identify as a problem. So there are consequences. We find them as well. There is quite a lot in the space. Maybe the team will add. And Honorable Seabi, I think we agree that we should have worked together. That was the reason why we wrote to SAPS. That was exactly the reason why we wrote to SAPS. I won't want us to start bickering in the portfolio committee meeting, but there are serious challenges that we need to deal with as government departments in trying to find ways and means of working together without looking at each other as, as if someone is inferior than the other. We are government. Yes, take your responsibility, but respect others as well, that they do have their responsibility. There shouldn't be a big brother approach and a big brother element in the state. We are one state that has to work in collaboration so that we are able to achieve bigger things. When we send people when we deal with investigations, our investigations, Chair, an inspector, an ordinary inspector, is empowered by the law. Highly empowered, more than myself, more than the minister, more than the inspector general. They are the ones who deal with investigations. They are the ones who inform the chief inspector. So when we send an inspector, we are not sending a junior person. They take decisions without our influence. I can't even influence them. Don't expect that the DM will come or the inspector general will come to a particular. It's exactly the inspector who must go there because they are the ones who are trained to deal with these matters. But Chair, let me request that we give the provincial chief inspector from the Western Cape to deal with some of the issues that have been raised. It will be very, very assisting to give them a space. Provincial chief inspector, you may come in.
Maybe before you step off, DM, the SAPS are complaining about submission of a report to finalize their investigation.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. The report, we are taking the report first to, as the law says, as the occupational health and safety, that it has been presented to us. It was deliberate that we present it to the committee because we knew that it might arise. We are submitting the report to NPA, I think today or tomorrow. First, and then they will get the report via those channels, Chair, because the biggest challenge we can do and the biggest problem we can do is also not to follow our own regulations that are guiding our own investigation. And then NPA will say, we can't take a report that has been sent somewhere. It has not, Chair, if I can tell you, it has not even presented to me. It has not been presented to the minister because the law, the regulations are not allowing it to be done. in that manner. So we are sending it today or tomorrow to the NPA. Police will get it as well. We are going to have an engagement with the police, Chair, I can assure you, and then we'll deal with that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everybody. Can I just start with the point that raised by the provincial commissioner? When we arrived on the scene, we were first, and because disaster management was busy, we left them alone. In fact, they set up parameters. But the point we were trying to make was there were so many people around that we needed to ensure safety. And we are the major persons of health and safety. We then proceeded, in fact, Chairperson, the previous acting DG arrived on the scene the same day and addressed the joint operations. From there onwards, as the Provincial Chief Inspector, I continue to attend those meetings. And in fact, we raised a number of objectives in that meeting because we felt that our role was being underplayed and we needed to correct that. We even found about 200 volunteers on site and we needed to train them because that site was dangerous. And so that was the kind of interaction we had. But as for the
Chair, through you, may I request the Chief Inspector, the Provincial Chief Inspector, to try? I don't know. There's an echo. It becomes difficult for him to be heard properly. I don't know what's happening where he is. If he can try and sort that one out, Chair, so that the members can hear everything.
Yeah, I realize that. Chief Inspector.
I'm on one device. I don't know where the echo is coming from. I'm completely away from it. So I'm just going to see that. Maybe you can hear me now.
Hello. Continue. Let's.
Is that better?
No, there's a background. There's a background echo. Maybe fix it. As we continue, you'll then come. Just try to maybe switch it off and switch it on again. Continue with questions, then you'll come later.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Edwin, followed by Honorable Gamede, and then Honorable Abada. The two question rule still apply. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just maybe want to ask, Chairperson, we received a presentation from the Department of Human Settlements. I don't know if we'll be receiving that presentation, but there were questions around the NHBRC that we were hoping to deliberate on. But let that not be a question, Chair. I think I am quite well covered by my colleagues up to this point. But what I would like to ask, and if I could direct this to the CBE, obviously with projects such as the one that we are faced with today in the Portfolio Committee, a number of professionals are involved in whatever construction project it is, whether it's a construction project manager, an architect, a QS, whatever the profession or professional may be. I just want to find out from the CBE what processes does it have in place to suspend or deregister professionals that are found to actually have not fulfilled their obligations or their requirements by their various councils. Because just like how the Department of Public Works is blacklisting contractors that are not doing work properly for government, the same should obviously apply to professionals that don't do their work professionally. So that's my first question. I would also just like to find out from the municipality. There was a report stating that there was a civil claim of an amount of about 10 million against the owner or the developer that has since been withdrawn. I just want to find out whether there's a reason for that withdrawal, what the background or rationale for that was. I think I was also going to ask about the status of investigations that are underway and when we can expect to see some criminal charges being laid, but I see that there's still many investigations being undertaken by various bodies. So I'll hopefully see if the SAPs can respond on that one. But I'm not expecting an answer given the ongoing investigations. Chair, let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hope I'm audible and you can also see me.
Yes, we can see you.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go straight to the CPE George Collapse Building investigation. I like that part, autonomy of a failed system. Chairperson, the investigation powerfully demonstrates that the failure was both systemic and operational, identifying technical design flaws, like inadequate and geotechnical reports, also a lack of expansion joints, alongside the culture of a fatal operational negligence. The site manager instructing workers to patch severe and patch through like cracks instead of halting work and calling an engineer. How can the regulatory body effectively transition from a reliance of the self-declared competency of approved competence persons to a verifiable performance-based credentialing scheme that proportionally matches a professional's expertise to the structural risk category of a construction project? Given the collapse called an anatomy, like anatomy of a failed system, caused by fragmentation and inconsistent enforcement, what immediate legislative or executive action can be taken to break down the silo between regulatory bodies, CPE, your NHBRC, the Department of Labor, etc., to ensure unified standards while waiting for the proposed multi-year process of relocating the National Building Regulatory Custodian to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure? Chairperson, I just want to touch on this one as a take-home, but I want to put an emphasis in making sure that in future we see more results, because I've seen a letter from the executive mayor from the George building, from the George municipality. I mean, for me, it's strategically navigated political pressure by deferring to the ongoing SAPS criminal investigations, which is a legal sound position, but fails to address the fundamental need for administrative accountability and process transparency in the interim. Chairperson, there are so many things that one wishes to touch on in all the reports that he has received, but I just decided to touch on this one first. If time permits, I'll come back to the Department of Labor and also to the reports that one received from the legal advice. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abada.
Morning, Chair. Thank you and good morning to all the delegates. I'm not going to go through it due to time constraints. You know, a lot of questions have been asked, and it seems as though we're all asking the same questions in different formats here. For me, it's just a sad process. This is not the first building to have collapsed. And the way I see it, it's certainly not going to be the last. And, you know, as a lot of the presenters said, you know, we shouldn't be going through this in 2025. And it's the same things. We've been through this before, you know. So my questions is like, what lessons have we learned from this? Yes, we need to rethink this whole situation, but what lessons have we learned? And my concern is in terms of we picked this up, or this happened, and unfortunately it happened when the building was still in construction. How many other buildings, and this is where my concern comes in, how many other buildings that this construction company or these engineers or these people that have not been vetted have gone and completed buildings, and are we just waiting for disasters to happen? And then I just have a comment, because we're going to ask questions and we're literally going in circles here. So I just want to say that this collapse is symptomatic of extractive development culture, profit first and oversight last. Competency assumed, not verified, workers' lives viewed as collateral damage. And this is what happens all the time. And sometimes we feel that because we've employed illegal immigrants or immigrants, that it's okay. It's not okay, because a life lost is a life lost. And, until oversight is enforced equally, the poor will continue to die in buildings they construct, but never afford to live in them. And that's where our humanity and dignity comes in. And Chair, I always speak about this, the humanity and the dignity. We have to put up, our people have to put up these buildings, and they die in them because they built them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start with CBE.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to indicate that the Chairperson of the CBE Council had to log off due to other competing priorities, but the team is still here, led by Jim Tombe. Chairperson, I'll start with the question that was raised by Member Bath, which was the first question. It is true that, Chair, professionals are all regulated by different bodies that fall under CBE. So in this case, the investigation that was undertaken by EXA, which is currently being processed, would have identified some of the issues. Obviously, we are restricted in speaking about the outcome, because the item is still an open item. However, just to deal with the issue on what do we do with the registration of professionals, I think one of the issues, Chair, that we're dealing with in the construction processes, in fear of maybe raising something that it might be contentious, is that in some instances you have colleagues running consulting companies or construction firms who might not possess the competence required. So the case that we make in the built environment from a CBE perspective is that for one to run a medical practice, you must be a doctor. And for one to run a legal practice, you must at least be trained as a lawyer. But in our space, there seems to be a gray area that I know it's contentious, but I think that those are some of the issues that we might have to confront. That does not necessarily mean that, Chair, if the professionals who are assigned the responsibility to administer public infrastructure or private infrastructure, if they commit errors, those errors might not lead to catastrophe. But I think there is a need for us to professionalize the construction and the built environment. And I think that's perhaps the focus that we should be paying attention to. In the case of suspending consultants, and I think that's one of the directives that has been given to us by MINMEC to say we need to establish a register of all the consultants that are practicing in our space, and then ensure that those consultants, in terms of the directorship and ownership, are people that have been trained in the built environment, so that at least you are able to link their professional misconduct in relation to what they would have committed on site. And I think that's the work that we've been assigned to do into the future, Chair. The second issue relates to the point raised by Honorable Kamete in terms of the immediate. The Section 22 of the CBE Act empowers CBE as a council, which is made up of professionals, to propose various regulations that could be processed immediately to try and close the gap that currently exists in a number of areas that emerged from the George investigation. The second issue, which I think it's a point that we've been deliberating together with our colleagues in the regulatory space in the built environment, relates to the fact that it does not follow that because you've obtained a professional registration, which is a license to practice, be it from EXA, be it from the quantity surveying profession or property valuation or SCPMP, you are therefore competent. And I think that's the reason why we have proposed the credentialing scheme. And depending on where you look at it, it might be seen as if we are creating a barrier to entry into an industry that is already not transformed. However, we think it is important that we differentiate, because if you were to go and study civil at the university, be it UKZN or UCT or VETS, there are different categories within the civil discipline. And therefore, to assume that because you've been afforded a PRN license by EXA, you are therefore a specialist in geotech or you're a specialist in the construction space, it might be problematic. And I think those are issues that we're dealing with, to say perhaps we might have to rethink on how you become a specialist in the construction space, because if we don't, I think those are some of the challenges that we're grappling with. And then the last one really is about how do we address fragmentation. And I think some of the proposals that we put forward in our investigation really relates to the fact that we have to accept that there is a fragmented approach on how we regulate and administer the construction industry in the country. And perhaps we might have to sit together as different entities and government departments who play a different role in the entire ecosystem, to say how do we integrate our work so that at least at the core of what we do. I mean, you can read each and every clauses that has been presented by my colleagues who presented after me and before me. All of us, we advocate for public safety. And I think how do we envision public safety in the construction space and also allowing us to perform our individual tasks. I think, Chair, let me stop here. I think I've responded to the question that we raised. And maybe just to conclude by saying, yes, there are lessons, Member Abada, that we have learned. And I think it's about our ability to accept the challenges and also put forward some of the uncomfortable proposals that will actually create some tensions. But I think if it's about advancing the industry, that will take us forward. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. George, Municipality.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members. My name is Frances Schroeter. I'm an attorney here in George, acting on behalf of the George Municipality, and I've been involved in this whole situation on behalf of the municipality right from the start. So to respond to the question by the honourable member Bath with regards to...
Chair, on a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, Chairperson. The presentations we've been speaking to officials of the municipality, including the executive mayor. And I think for this meeting, it would be proper that we continue in that fashion. To have us speak to attorneys, I don't think it's helping us. We are trying to find a solution to this particular case. And I think attorneys will come in when we ask for them to come in. But when questions are directed to the municipality, can it be the municipality that responds? Thank you.
No, Honorable Dlamini, let's allow them to flow with their response, and then we'll take it from there. It's a delegation that is here. Let's hear what they say, and then we'll take it from there.
Chairperson, another point of order on yourself.
Yes.
Chair, I want to agree with Honorable Dlamini there that we have a legal opinion that has been furnished to us as members, and that is on behalf of the municipality. I really think that this is a serious, utmost disrespect for the municipality to give us or to forward a legal representative when we're asking for answers. If we did not want to be part of this meeting, we could have also just asked our legal department to come here and have a conversation with the legal department of George Municipality. And I really think that the chairperson must consider that point of order, that the municipality must give responses. And when such a time comes that we need external stakeholders to come and give us further presentations, we'll ask for that. We already have a legal opinion. We've read it, and we're still going to engage into it and ask questions based on the legal opinion that we have received. For now, we're asking that the legislative bodies that must come and account for the incident that happened in George Municipality must be the ones that come and answer to the questions that we have asked. We cannot be responded to by a lawyer on behalf of a municipality on such an incident. Thanks, Chair.
I think the order is sustained. Let's have the municipality responding so that we interact with them directly. Can we have the executive mayor or the city manager or any other employee of the municipality responding? Thanks very much. George Municipality.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the question that was posed by Honourable Member Parliament Bard was in fact a legal question. And the legal opinion that we've submitted to Parliament is not covered by that question. This is a media statement that arrived on my desk last night. And we are currently preparing a response to that media statement that's in the public domain. And to respond to him, in essence, is the following. The claim that we have submitted against the property or the owners of this development emanates from the work that the municipality has done during the rescue efforts. But subsequently, the company has been liquidated, and as the accounting officer, I cannot pursue a legal action or legal recourse using taxpayers' money, which can be deemed fruitless and wasteful to a company that's in liquidation and doesn't have any assets that we can probably attach. So that is my response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think with the question as to when the investigation will be completed, in the SAP's presentation, they said they would like to complete the investigation by the end of the month if all stakeholders are to cooperate. I don't know whether there's a question I'm leaving before I move to the next group. I see all questions are addressed. Can I now move to Honorable Ditebe, followed by Honorable Poole, then Honorable Letlape?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope you can see me.
Yes.
Chairperson, let me just first of all go to the George Municipality. I think a very cautious and cagey approach that it has assumed since we first interacted with them sometime back in July, we see a repeat of that in this meeting. If you look at the presentation by the CBE, it's very open, it's very frank, it's very transparent, and it deals among others, with issues pertaining to the regulations that pertain to the industry, and by extension, I think, since 10400. And in response to the question earlier by Honorable Gobe, the municipal manager did indeed concede that the municipality as a local authority is bound by that whole regime of plans, etc. Now, for them to be this cautious, to be this cagey, I think is just one feeble attempt, in my view, to sustain a precast template of municipalities in this province, etc., being well governed and so forth. So anything that, on the strength of evidence that contradicts that particular narrative, embarrasses them. And that's why we're having all the theatrics with lawyers presenting to us. And I think Honorable Dlamini and Honorable Tape was...
No.
So
Point of order.
I'm saying, Chairperson,
point of order, Chair.
It is, Chairperson, I'm in your hands. Other people made their comments, preliminary remarks. Thank you, Chair.
There is a point of order from, I can't see the hand. Who's that one?
It's Matikizela, sir. It's Bongosi Matikizela, Chair.
Just got in. Matikizela, what's your point of order, if I may assist my co-chair?
Chair, you said we must avoid political posturing at this meeting. And the Tebe is exactly what he's doing. What is the issue of clean governance has to do with the reports that are presented here?
Chair, can we move, please?
May I proceed, Chairperson? I'm in
yes,
your
you
hands.
can proceed, Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It has everything to do with consequence management, governance, and accountability. That's what it is. And I think we all know that the accountability ecosystem, and more than 34 lives were lost here, and it's very important, particularly of foreign nationals. And I think it goes back to our history. But Chairperson, I'd like to know, perhaps from the Department of Labor, CBE, etc., do we have an idea as to how much this operation, at the time of the rescue, every other cost involved, how much more or less did this cost? The second question, Chairperson, relates to the CBE. There is a recommendation from the CBE that in retrospect, they think that they should therefore have long introduced the concrete reinforcement. Specifically, do they have any idea as to whether it will be steel rebar, steel mesh, fibers, etc., so that we know whether, in fact, this will help in ensuring that there indeed is safety guaranteed as and when we go forward. So, Chairperson, that's the first question that I want. Second question that I want to ask. I don't know whether I'm allowed to go on, Chair, because you said you must ask 2 questions.
Yes, 2 questions. You are fine. We'll see how we manage on time. Let's get another one. Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Chair, yes, 2 questions, but allow me to say the following. If you look to CBE's central conclusion, and Kamade has alluded to it, the collapse was not just a site-level failure. It was a systematic failure of South Africa's building regulatory ecosystem, outdated laws, fragmented oversight, insufficient competency verification, and poor intergovernmental coordination. And during our different oversights in South Africa, Free State as well, our Region 1 Northwest, it was evident that there is no poor intergovernmental coordination. That brings me to my two questions, Chair. Does the department intend to review the legislation governing the NHBRC to close the regularity gaps that allow the George building collapse to occur? And if so, what timelines have been set for such reforms? Regarding the CBE investigation, I ask what measures have been implemented to strengthen the verification of competence and accreditation of engineers, architects, and contractors working on high multi-story projects in line with the recommendations of the CBE investigation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Etape.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone in the meeting. I'm largely covered, Chair. I just want to make a few contributions, particularly on George Municipality. I don't know what the municipality is really defending here. The fact that we asked for stakeholders to come and form part of this joint committee meeting to finally get an understanding of what really happened in that building that collapsed was not to pinpoint fingers, but to get to understand and to find ways of ensuring that this incident does not occur again in the near future. And I really think that the municipality is being very disingenuous with first, when we are starting with the investigations of the collapse of the building, the first thing that they ran to was a legal opinion, and also taking note to the fact that at the time when the legal opinion was provided, the engineering report was not released yet. So even the legal opinion itself is highly limited to what we want to get to, or to the conclusion of what could have happened in the George building. The Section 23 of the NBRBS Act stipulates that, even though it stipulates that the municipality cannot be held liable and cannot take the responsibility in case something happens to the construction of the building, but it also stipulates that a construction of such a building must be approved by the municipality. And this then places the municipality right at the center of the scene of the incident. And that is why it is important for us to get to understand if indeed the municipality followed the necessary process that they needed to follow. And I would agree with Honorable Kobe with the questions that she asked, and maybe adding on to her questions that are already answered. If we can be furnished with the resolution of their approval and the minutes, together with the designs that were provided for the municipality to get to that agreement or to that resolution of approving that building. I think the municipal manager said that the structural engineer signs off. I want to check if the municipal engineer signed off the additional stories without the approval of council, and they must tell us whether or not that happened. And I also want to get an indication of what were the actual designs that were approved by municipalities. So they must tell us how many stories were approved by the municipality, and if we can also, Chair, get those documents that can be supported for the responses that we'll be getting. I just want to also check if we can get a confirmation of where the main contractor, together with the subcontractors that had happened. I think in the report, in one of the reports, it stated that there's one subcontractor that had not yet come in because their work had not arrived yet. If we can get a confirmation of the main contractor together with the subcontractors, if they are still operating anywhere in the country. Because outside of opening criminal cases, and I know that even this report is just an update, it's not necessarily a fully fledged report of what really happened. Outside of opening criminal cases and disciplinary actions and all of that, we also need to understand if these people are still operating anywhere around the country, because then we run a risk of having the same incident happening anywhere else across the country. But I do also, Chair, lastly, agree that the built environment and the construction industry is compromised with regards to legislation. And therefore, we really need to find or fast track in the different departments that we have for all the entities that are dealing with the built environment and construction industry to ensure that the legislation that is passed by Parliament is synced. And we do not give entities different mandates. And at the end of the day, when such an incident happens, we're not able to get to the bottom of it because one entity is responsible for one thing and the other entity is responsible for one thing, whereas that could have been one entity responsible for that in the built environment or construction or whatever the case may be. And maybe that is then a chance for us as a joint committee to come up with a resolution to ensure that we fast track the process of legislation renewal and to also just pinpoint these legislations that need to be prioritized to ensure that the built environment is much more managed than what we are experiencing here now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome the Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Tembi, and welcome, Honorable Minister. At some stage, if you can just talk to NHBRC and the DG of the department, we may want to get a comment from you with regard to your investigation.
Yeah.
But that will be towards the end. Let me allow answers to the questions asked. Let me start with the CBE again.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I'll start with the question that was raised by Honorable Paul. It is true that this George building collapse has unraveled the fragmentation. And I think, Chair, there was a point made earlier that this is not for the first time.
Chair, can you check if the speaker is audible? I cannot hear them on my side.
And can you hear me, Chairperson?
Honorable Bloss, I think it's you who has a problem with your connection. We can hear him very well.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was saying there is a fragmentation that this incident has revealed. And it's not for the first time, Chair. I think that there was a point made earlier. We don't have to recite the incident that had happened post-George. There was a scaffolding that collapsed in Devon. I'm sure the Tongati Mall collapse is still under an open item. And I think all of these incidents are demonstrating that something has to change. And I think we are at the mercy of the legislatures. All what we can do is to make suggestions and proposals on the areas that we have observed on how best we can apportion each other's responsibility, but in a manner that is coordinated. The second point that was raised by Honorable Paul as well relates to the verification of competence. I think previously I answered that question, Chair, that currently, if you are a graduate in any of the built environment profession, be it an architect, engineering, town planning, quality surveying, all what you do, you have to go through qualification at university. Post that, you have to go through what we call a candidacy program under the supervision of an experienced professional, which will enable you to obtain a professional license, which enables you to practice. But that license is a license for life, provided you behave and you conduct yourself according to the rules of engagement. But what it doesn't offer is a specialization. And the point that we're making is that this structure was not a complex structure and therefore shouldn't have collapsed. But however, there are complex structures that might require certain specialization. And I think that's really the observation that comes from our investigation, that perhaps as the regulatory bodies in the built environment, we need to consider credentialing of specialization of professionals in the built environment. And I think that relates to the point that was also raised around the issue of the CIDB grading. For example, currently CIDB, I'm not speaking on their behalf, the CEO and Mr. Nzo is also on the platform, they can add. There are different classes of construction work that relates to structural systems that are currently in the system. That relates to the building, excavation, glazing, piles and structural steelwork and timber building. However, we need to deal with the issues that relate to reinforced concrete frame for buildings, which is a specialized mechanism. Currently, it doesn't exist within the CIDB, and I think that's a proposal that CIDB will be pursuing moving into the future. And I think that's really what the reinforced concrete that will be put forward, and the regulations will then be published through the CIDB processes. The last one from my side, Chair, relates to the question that was raised around the cost. We are not, from a CB point of view, we're not privy to determine the cost of the exercise at this point in time, because there would have been a number of professionals that were involved in the project. Chairperson, let me stop here for now, and hopefully that I've covered all the questions that were posed to CB. Thank you very much, Chair. We also do acknowledge the comments raised by Honorable Ditebe about some of the issues we're putting on the table. They might be contested, but I think it's the investigation that we've undertaken that has unraveled some of the points that we're putting forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. George, Municipality.
Good afternoon. It's afternoon now, Chairperson. Chairperson, when we started this introduction, you asked us to introduce our delegation, and I did that, and our delegation is set out to respect this committee and have all the information in one room. That is why we've got our legal representative with us that started with this whole thing on the 6th of May, so that the persons in the room have the information relevant to the questions today. Now, Chairperson, we also, when you wrote a letter to us, I wrote you back and I gave you a 60-page report on what the municipality did in its instances, and it states its factual background. It looks at legislation that applies to the municipality. That is what we presented to council, and that was all given. That was given through to you to distribute between your members. We cannot give any report out that we are not allowed to give out. So we were instructed by our attorneys that they got instructions from SAPS that we cannot release the structural report to the public. So we are a government that listens to our orders, listens to legislation and applies to it. That is why we are not giving a structural engineering report, because we did hand it over to SAPS. Now, furthermore, we as the municipality have accounted to the Western Cape Parliament. We were there at the standing committee. We have consented to every single engagement that was requested by any party that wanted to know about this incident. So with that in mind, I want to say that we are absolutely willing to participate in any engagement that is requested upon us, and of course, to give any information that we can actually give. I will go off to the more other answers my municipal manager will quickly give. Thank you.
But before you leave, Executive Mayor, before you leave, this is Parliament. It's not the Western Cape Provincial Legislature. And when Parliament needs answers, you can't say I've given answers to the provincial legislature. Give them answers as possibly as you can. We'll still get to the subs to check whether they really gave instructions that no report must be given, because all other entities are given reports and they've also submitted reports to subs. it can't be George Municipality alone that has submitted a report to SAPS, and we are not giving a report. All these other entities have submitted their report to SAPS according to the presentation of SAPS. That's why we said the Department of Employment and Labour must also submit their report to SAPS, but they have briefed this meeting about what they have done. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that what you did with the provincial legislature is different from what we are requesting. And I think at the beginning, we talked about cooperation. The sooner we cooperate, the better, because we're talking about the lives of our people. But SAPS will tell us whether indeed they gave an instruction that you must not give reports to Parliament, because Parliament is the highest decision maker in the country. Let's allow the city manager to respond. City manager.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I might have missed some of the questions, but I think just to reiterate what the Executive Mayor said, the report that we've submitted to you, I think covers the issues, many of the issues raised by members of this House. Then the question that I picked up, firstly, there was a question regarding cost. The cost for the George Municipality relates to clearing of the site, removal of rubble, resources spent, and that amounts to about 9.3 million rand. Then there was also a question about whether the structural engineer is a municipal official. We don't have structural engineers in our employ. The structural engineers are professional people, professional individuals who are appointed and are members of a professional institution, and they act in terms of a code of conduct. Then I must also just say that we are currently in close collaboration with the NHBRC subsequent to this incident and this event. And I think the collaboration between the two spheres are excellent. Then the issue about, there was a question raised earlier on about the 3 stories to 4 stories. The building plan submitted to us at the time already contained 4 stories. The report, I'm not sure which report you guys, the members are referring to, but the report that we have and that was handed over to the police is the structural engineer's report. And we were told that that forms part of the investigation, and we cannot make that report available because it is subject to the judicial review process. Thank you, Chair.
There's another question, whether you are aware of the subcontractors that were engaged there, whether they are doing work somewhere in the country. Are you aware of that?
Chair, no. My answer to that question is no, we were not aware. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. General? General?
Chair?
Who's that one? Honorable Letlape.
Honorable Letlape. Yes, Chair. Just before you move on to the general, I just wanted to, before the municipality can go off, there is no SAPS chair that can tell you not to give us council minutes and resolutions of such a report. And therefore, can I ask that the municipality puts it on record that SAPS said to them that because council meetings are public, they are made public. So there's no way that SAPS can say because they're busy with an investigation, you cannot give minutes and resolutions of that particular council. Can the municipal manager furnish us with the resolutions of the approval of that building and the minutes. If they cannot make the designs available, can we be furnished with the minutes and with the approval and what the council actually agreed on? Can we also get a response of whether, because he mentioned that the structural engineer signs off these buildings, and my question was, does the structural engineer sign off these buildings without the approval of council? If the initial approval was done and there are extensions outside of that resolution, does the structural engineer signs off the extension of the buildings or the extension of the designs without the approval of council? Can we get that response before we move on to subs, Chair?
Thank you very much. George, City Manager.
Honorable Chair, the council delegates the authority to approve building plans in terms of the national building regulations to a particular individual, and that individual is normally a person with the authority and the necessary competencies and skills, and that particular individual signs off on the approval of the building plans. Building plans are not submitted to council. Council does not see building plans, and it's not council's ambit of authority to approve building plans. So I just want to respond to the question raised by the latter speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
General?
No, Chair. Chair, but the question about minutes being ignored.
No ways.
The question about
this municipality, Chair,
minutes is being ignored, Chair.
No.
Yeah.
Honorable members.
Chairperson.
I've requested the general.
No, Chair.
So that we are able to make a follow-up.
Chairperson.
Honorable Letlape, please wait.
Chair, please. Chair. Can you not allow this municipality to undermine this joint committee meeting?
Honorable Letlape.
With all due respect, can you not allow this municipality to undermine this joint committee meeting?
Honorable Letlape.
Are you saying I must not have a follow-up even though my questions are not answered, Chair? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying allow the general to give us an answer as alleged. Then we take it from there.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
General?
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair. I don't recall that we gave aid to whatever authority, but what we discouraged was the publication to the media of the findings while it is still matters that are sub judice. That's all what we requested, that because it could jeopardize the case when it is ventilated in court. But we never said that it should not be given to any other person, but we said the publication of that to the media and then the outcomes and everything could jeopardize our case as well, doing investigation, and some of the matters are sub judice. That's what I could remember in this matter. And we never gave any instruction, but we advised that the media and publication of the outcomes, because we're still going to go for an inquest in court, that must be ventilated in that space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Executive Mayor, City Manager, the general says they've never given that instruction. It's either you are deliberately misleading Parliament.
Yes, Honourable Chair, I am not misleading Parliament, not even to attempt to mislead Parliament. The investigating officer has requested us not to dispose or divulge the report that we received from the engineers, and based on that request, we submitted the report to the investigating officer because his view was it is part of the investigation and it cannot be divulged into the public domain. Thank you, Chair.
But the general is saying,
Co-chair, can I assist?
Yes, Chair.
With your permission. As much as you have asked Lieutenant General, he has responded, and the city on its own, represented by the mayor and the municipal manager, they are here. For now, after they respond, what stops them to talk to the report or to respond to what members are requesting? They know the report, it's their report. The only thing that was stopping them to respond is that they are saying they've been given an instruction. That instruction, which means it even overpowers us as Parliament, the highest decision-making body, currently seated here. They can respond to what members they've asked because they know the nitty-gritties of the report. What stops them now? Because they've been responded by the Lieutenant General to say, we advised in terms of the media and other whatever organization could request them, but not with Parliament. Now members of Parliament, they are asking a simple question. Can you give or outline what is in the report? What are your findings? Just a simple thing. They can do that now within a second. But unless otherwise they have a motive behind that, they intentionally, deliberately don't want to give a report, then we'll take it from there. Co-chair, with your permission, can you allow them to respond and not cause havoc? And we are seeing that it's even going further to even disrupt the meeting. Co-chair, with your indulgence, you can make a ruling on that. Thanks.
Chair, also, can I have an intervention on my side, please? Am I recognized, Chair?
Yes.
Yes. No, Chair, the city manager is really playing with us, to put it bluntly. There were specific questions that were asked up to him, let alone the reports that SAPS is now speaking about, which they're saying they shouldn't have hidden it from us. But we asked for the meeting resolutions to say, what did council resolve on? And that is a separate issue with the report itself. We are saying, what did council resolve? Can those minutes of council be made available to us? And they've not responded to that. Also, the city manager says that council does not approve these structural plans. Okay, they delegate a person. Who is this person that was delegated to go and look after these structural plans? What's the name of that person, and what did this person approve? That's what we want to find out. So they must not just dilly-dally with us and give us half-baked answers here. We are looking for accountability, and they must respond to the questions that have been asked by the members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. George Municipality, City Manager, Executive Mayor, I think you heard what members are saying. You heard what the Lieutenant General has said, who's the head of police in Western Cape. And everybody, investigators and everybody are reporting to him. He's saying they said don't publish the report to the media. But this is Parliament. And everybody, including the police, they've briefed Parliament. Can you respond, please?
Yes, Chair. The investigating officer, who was Colonel De Lange, he's handling the case on behalf of SAPS, and his instruction to us was do not reveal the reports to anybody.
Chair. Municipal Manager, can you please avoid and stop making that statement again? There is a higher person, a high-ranking person, which is Lieutenant General here, who has said they've never said that. They are giving you permission to brief Parliament. Give another reason, not with SAPS. Can you stop that statement, please?
Thank you, Chair. Municipal Manager, City Manager.
Chair, I will engage with Colonel De Lange because, as far as I know, this report is now.
Chair, no. This comrade wants to undermine us here.
We're not
Honorable members, this thing that he's doing.
members, can we have order here?
No, we can't. We can't allow this to happen. And this thing of switching on and off your video, thinking that is going to let you get away with a lot of
Honorable members, it means the city does not want to give us a report.
Who's in the meeting with us? This is not undermine us here. And this is not the first time they are doing it. They did it to human
members, Honorable Tape, I request your cooperation.
No, he must not undermine us, this guy. He must not undermine us. If they are not ready to come here and account to... This is not a GA government that we're in. Because every time they talk to us, they speak about the Western Cape government. This is not a Western Cape government. He must account to us as parliament. If he can't do that, he must write and say that he's not going to account to us. We must not be undermined by George Municipality.
Letape, please, can I call order on yourself? Please allow us to run this meeting in a proper way. We must not end this meeting with chaos. Thank you. Let us agree. Co-chair, let us agree that the municipality actually does not want to give us a report. We'll find a way to make them give us a report. And we proceed with other matters. Can we not disorganize this sitting? You were running it correctly, and all other stakeholders, the department and the entities, they are complying. There's no cooperation with the municipality itself. The statement starting from what the mayor have said, actually, with the fact that they are bringing us lawyers, which is totally wrong. They must respond to us. We'll request their lawyers and whoever at a later stage. But therefore, I want to concur and I want to rule and agree to say, co-chair, allow me to say, you know, the city does not want to give us a report. Irrespective of what they are saying now, South Africans are waiting and they are eager to understand what happens. For now, for today's meeting, let us agree, the city does not want to give us a report. And we proceed with other entities and the department that are cooperating with us.
Because they want to account to Western Cape government. It must be put on record. They only want to account to Western Cape government.
Chair, and remember when they started, Chair, I think this municipality, they said they are innocent and there's no wrongdoing on their end when they started, even before anything. So, Chair, I believe they must be given a chance to let us know how innocent they were in their processes. What we are asking for is not even the outcome. What we are asking for is administrative processes that have taken place. They are an executive authority. We are a legislative arm that is asking and paying oversight over them, over the decisions that they have taken that have eventually led up to the collapse of this building. Chair, they must account as the executive authority. Those lawyers, and those are for judicial offices, they're used to winning cases there. In courts. Now they must account for the decisions that they have taken that have led to this. The minutes of the council that Honorable Letapo was talking about, the initial building that the professionals have signed off on, and then we want to know if they signed off on the other one of a 4-story building. They're not giving us straight answers, and they're telling us about the legal frameworks. We want to know how the executive decision was taken. The mayor must account, and so must the municipal manager, because they are so innocent. They must give it to us.
Chairperson, sorry, I've raised my hand, but if you permit me,
Honorable Chairman, you may take the floor.
Okay, thank you,
Chairperson. You'll come later, because I think those that we are allowing now is those that they've asked their questions. It's a follow-up without, because they are not happy with their responses. Mankos, you'll be the last batch. I could see my co-chair was coming to you. Let's allow those ones who are not happy with the, who are not
Chair,
satisfied
can we have
with the
ourselves
response.
recognized by yourself as well?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm trying to be very orderly.
Okay.
I do understand the frustration on the part of the colleagues, but let me leave it to you, Chair, to recognize others before I speak.
No, I've recognized you, Honorable Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want to raise 2 issues. I hope that honorable members will understand, and I can see that the majority I beg your pardon. Let me switch on my video. I can see that the majority of members see my vantage point where I was coming from with the earlier statement that I made. And, you know, in as much as I did not retort when Honorable Madikizela spoke earlier, but everything, your penetrating questions confirm that when I spoke about a well-choreographed or well-rehearsed a narrative. But let me just say the following, Chair. The issue of the municipal manager, as he goes back together with the executive mayor, says that there is no point in pursuing the developer. And he mentioned the figure of 9.3 million rand. And I can tell you, when I asked the question as to what the estimate is of the entire mission with the police deployment, rescue missions, etc., it's quite clear that it probably runs into tens, if not hundreds of minutes. Chair, so I'd like to know, isn't it correct that the municipality should do what in company law is referred to as piercing the corporate veil, so that it doesn't simply say this entity is liquidated and we leave it at that, because it's not only financial loss to the municipality and indeed the taxpayer of South Africa broadly, but lives lost, but also laws broken of this country with foreign nationals being employed. And it's what we know historically to be cheap labor, because these people have no recourse to the law. So it's not innocent. And we know in the context of our country why it is that Africans who are vulnerable would be employed under those conditions. Thank you.
There was Gumede. Is it Gumede who said he must be recognized? No. Unfortunately, sorry members, we can't, because we are co-chairing. I'm familiar with my members, and Honorable Siabe is familiar with his members.
No
it's
problem.
Fine.
No, I'm no longer going to belong, because I think you, the chairperson, as you co-chairing with our chair, and also some members, they've already raised this thing. Like I was saying when I was making a comment with regards to the George municipality and the executive mayor's letter, as I said, it's a strategic posture of deferring the report and say no. The SAPS, it's busy with the investigation. They said to us, blah, blah, blah. But I want to remind this committee that, or this joint committee, that when we were there 2 months ago in George, we received a very unwelcoming reception. And we also found it a very same thing that we see today, the executive mayor trying to make excuses of giving us a report. It's very bad. I just wanted to recommend that we must find another amicable way, because we are not here to cause a sin. Other like the CPE, they've given us a report which is taking us forward, and also SAPS and other, the Department of Labor also giving us their report. There are a number of departments and entities that are willing to work with us. But I think the only problem we have right now is with regards to the George municipality. I like to concur with you, Chairperson, when you say we must find other ways of making them give us this report, because at the end of the day, which means if we do leave this thing like this, tomorrow we'll receive another call. We see on newspapers and on TV news that similar issue has occurred in one of the municipalities, especially in the Western Cape. I want to stop there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Honorable Dlamini, then Mankosi will be the last one. I guess, Letlape, it's your legacy hand. Members, please lower your
Chair,
hands so that we can manage. Dlamini Letlape, then Mankos will be the last one.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me again greet the meeting at large and the commissars who are present here today. Chair, let us put it on record that this is not the first time that George Municipality is doing this. They have completely refused to participate when it comes to information sharing. What we must do as Parliament is subpoena the municipality at this point, because us being friendly with a municipality that has a complete disregard for this government, whereas they've held press conferences with the Minister of Public Works, the only person that they speak to is the Minister of Public Works, who is able to have information outside of members of Parliament. So for that, we are saying that Parliament must subpoena the municipality. They must give us all their records from council meetings and what was resolved by council. And then, Chair, we also want to state on record that if George Municipality has something to hide when it comes to that collapse of the building, the municipality and the building are a stone throw away from each other. The reason why we want to know who was the inspector involved in signing off the plans is particularly because the building and the municipality are in such a close proximity of each other. It means that that particular person was driving from the crime scene to the municipality on a daily basis. And what was his response when the fifth story was being erected? And then that is my final contribution to that, Chair, is that Parliament must just subpoena. We don't want to hear anything else. They didn't come with presentations to this meeting because they deliberately wanted to undermine the committee yet again. And I want to say that if they continue to do this, we will take it to task. We're not afraid. We equally have lawyers ourselves. They must come and account to Parliament, and they will. If it's not today, their day will come. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chair, if they think that Minister of Public Works is going to protect them, they've got another thing coming. It's not going to happen.
Thank you, Chair.
It's now the turn of Letlape.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think Honorable Dlamini also covered me. Chair, I just wanted to put it on record that the response from George Municipality, we asked all the stakeholders who are coming to appear before the committee to give presentations. And what we received from the George Municipality was some 2-page letter coming from their municipality or with regards to findings of the George collapse. And they keep making reference to the section 23 that still puts them at the scene. And I want to put it on record that that section that they are putting on record puts them on the scene. The fact that they appointed someone outside of the municipality does not then put their responsibilities and mandate as a municipality for approval outside of it. And if the municipality then says that they have got nothing to do with the approvals of the building or of the designs of that building, then the municipality must know that to get them together with the structural engineer, they breach the act, because the act says municipality, whoever you appoint acts on behalf of the municipality. So if anything happens, it's the municipality that must come and answer on behalf of whoever that they appointed, because they get authority from the municipality. But I also want to put it on record, Chair, that there must never be another time where a DA municipality in the Western Cape thinks that when we call them to come here and account, they can only account to a Western Cape government, because what the mayor has done, and Honorable Dlamini is right, when Human Settlement went for oversight there, they did not want to speak to anyone. They felt comfortable speaking to Western Cape provincial government. We are not serving under Western Cape provincial government. And we have not got to a time where DA runs a province on their own as a government. There is one government and there is one parliament. If we call you to come and account in front of any committee or in front of parliament, you are going to do that. We are not going to abide, and we are not going to succumb to some factional things because a DA person wants to speak to a DA person. The fact that when we ask the municipality to appear and to give their side of the story on what happened to that building, the first thing they did was to run and get a legal opinion. The provincial commissioner of police puts it on record, and he says, he advises, we know that there's certain things that they can't say here now because the investigation is not concluded. And it's okay, it's well and good. Maybe the designs, they don't want to give them to us right now. What we're asking for is documents that are supposed to have been public by this time already. And if we are not going to get that, the municipality must know that first, they misled Parliament, and secondly, they refuse to give and reveal information that Parliament asks for to ensure that we resolve this matter. We are not going to be led by some provincial government of DA because a municipality is under the DA and thinks that they can run their own silo or a parallel municipality and government on the side. It's not going to happen. It's people who died, and more people could have died because had that building been finished, it means people would have been residing in that building and more lives would have been lost. But because it's a DA thing and they want to be seen as a clean government, nothing happens, nothing wrong happens under their government. They want to run around and cover each other. We're not going to accept that, Chair. And there is no municipality that is going to be let go here now. They must say it on record that they are not going to speak to anyone. That Colonel Delanga, who they keep referring to, must be put on record that they only want to speak to that Colonel Delanga, and the provincial commissioner of police must take it upon himself and must be given that mandate to go and make sure that they speak to that guy, and he comes back here into this committee and tells us which authority he has to give mandates to a municipality that they must not speak to Parliament. They must not speak about people who are not in this committee because they think they're going to get away with it. We're going to get to the bottom of this, and that municipality is going to be held responsible because there is no way a private developer can come and erect and construct a building as big as that one, and council does not know about it. There's no such a thing. We have been councillors before. We didn't wake up in the morning and become members of Parliament. We know the process of such a construction in a municipality on municipal land. They must not think we're here to play with them. Thank you very much,
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you, Honorable Tlape, Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self and the co-chair, Honorable Siabi, the DM, the Minister, and the members of the portfolio committees that are here jointly, as well as the departments, all the departments that are here. Chair, I think most of the issues are being covered by my colleagues, but Chair, one must indicate that the disrespect that we are getting from the George municipality is totally unacceptable, Chair. We cannot be disrespected in this way. And we want to state categorically that we need the report of the municipality, whether they like it or not, but the report must come to us. And it shows that they've got the attitude. When you listen to the members of the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, it shows that indeed the George Municipality Executive Mayor has got an attitude that is thinking. Because when they are raising that they were not welcomed in a way that was supposed to be, it tells you that they've got a problem, like he's doing today. So this kind of an attitude, Chair, is totally uncalled for. We request that when they go back, they must know that as the portfolios committees of these two departments, we want the report. They must make sure that they prepare the report for us. We are not going to leave them. Second to that, Chair, I want to come in as well to the issue that was raised by the DM of not working together with the Department of SAPS. But when the general comes in, he said it was not that they are not working together, but it was just an attitude. I don't know which attitude, so maybe he can tell us how did they deal with that attitude? Because we don't want attitudes that will makes us to not work in a way that we are expected to work. People must be respected in the area of their responsibilities. Another thing, Chair, I've heard when they were presenting the issue of foreign nationals, it was reported here. And I just want to check how did it come to that they employ the foreign nationals? Were they looking for a certain skill that they don't have, the certain skill in South Africa? Or is a scarce skill that they are or they were possessing that made them to employ them? The other thing, Chair, I want to support you, Chair, when we are raising the issue of the reports, that the reports must be coordinated in a single approach. When they come to us, they must make sure that they sit together and consolidate so that they avoid this thing of this thing that is happening. Lastly, Chair, I want to request, I think the Honorable Member Gamete has indicated about the report that we need to get another day, Chair, whereby we are going to be updated about the progress on this report, because it seems that there's a lack of progress, especially in the Department of Labor. When they present, they said the investigation was supposed to be concluded by the 31st of October, and up until now, the investigation is not yet concluded. Can we request that we have another meeting where they can come to us and update us about the progress report? You need to go to the final or the finality of this investigation. We cannot just keep quiet, and they will monitor it to the latter, Chair. I saw submit, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Can you lower your hands so that we must not have a confusion, all of you? I believe you have made your mark. I want to start with Lieutenant General, with the last part of Mankosi asking you a question. Can you respond? Then later, we'll have to give an opportunity to the municipality to respond to us in all the queries of that has been raised by members. We want to hear your parting words, your parting statement lastly. What is it that you are saying as a municipality on record? And remember, this is Parliament. When you speak in Parliament, it's like you are taking an oath. Whatever information that you are bringing to us, you must know and consider that you need not to give us a false statement. One day it will come back to you. Lieutenant General, you may come in, then we'll hand it over to the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable chair, honorable members. When I was talking about the question of attitude, we meant that on how to approach the scene, in a way to say the big brother and the small sister. That was actually exactly the problem that was there, because we were in charge of the scene, and then when people went to the scene without getting from the job, dispatched from the job to say, I am so going to the scene, then they were not allowed into the scene because they needed to get permission from the job where I was sitting. So that's the one part that we're talking about in terms of attitude or not, and the lack of understanding the roles. But we sorted that one out, because after all the documents that were taken by Labor, and we then got the copies, and then we got the copies and we handed back the documents to the Labor Department to continue with it. And in our debriefing report, we made some recommendations which, if it's needed, then we can submit them in writing to say this is what such situation where there's a conflict before we do the job at the scene of in a disaster or crime scene. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, we will request as the Department of Employment and Labour to respond to this. The Provincial Chief Inspector has to respond to this.
It's okay, DM. You can respond. While you are responding, DM, because you are a member of Parliament as well, we'll want you also to have a suggestion. Let's also assist in putting some resolutions and some for us to have a better way forward. And bear in mind, it's not about us seated here as a committee or parliament, but it also affects South Africans, in particular the citizens of George and those who lost lives of their beloved family members.
No, thank you, Chair. On that part, Chair, I think the most important thing, which is a lesson from this one, is that government in its totality, those who are responsible for such disasters, needs to find a way. Let me say, we need to establish protocols that are out there and that are known, how each and every department should conduct itself during such disasters, because a disaster is a disaster. At times it needs us to behave in a particular way, but there is going to be a need to deal with the approach that we use when there is a disaster. I think it doesn't matter what kind of a disaster, but we are talking about the George collapse. It will need us to sit around, in particular the departments that are involved in investigations of these disasters, but also the cooperation, Chair. I'm sorry, as you said, I'm a member of parliament as well on my other life, beside being a DM. What we are observing in this portfolio committee is very disturbing, Chair, on its own, where Parliament will convene us to come and account. And Parliament is the highest body where all of us, we account in this republic. And then it becomes an issue of information not being given to Parliament, just basic information. Don't even think twice and think that it's only happening to Parliament. Even with us, as we're doing our own investigations, we had some challenges, the very same challenges that Parliament is experiencing today here. We had such challenges ourselves as the Department of Employment and Labour on the very same issues, very same issues, Chair. So those are the serious challenges where we really need to strengthen how this work is being done. And people must understand that once you are in government, you follow the processes that are there. Because you have people who want to disregard government processes in the name of party line. Party line in Parliament doesn't work, and in government, it doesn't work. In our department, we wear no political color. We are just a Department of Employment and Labour that accounts to Parliament in its entirety. So I'm just saying it's such things that Parliament needs to deal with, whether we deal with local government processes up to provincial government processes and national government, because when structures will say, no, we just want to account at a provincial level, we have accounted at a provincial level, then who are you at a national level? Then also you can see that there is a lack of understanding on how intergovernmental relations work, but also the responsibility of Parliament. There is a need to strengthen that part as well. But other than that, I think some of the gaps, Chair, we can work on them. This has given us a lesson that I believe we need to close gaps on as departments. There is no train smash as such, but we need to strengthen cooperation and collaboration. That's the only thing that we need to do better. May I request, Chair, that the Provincial Chief Inspector just say something quickly. He won't take long. Provincial Chief Inspector.
Yes, Provincial Inspector, you may come in. Consider the issue of time.
I will do so, Chair. Chair, I being with the department for so long, I want to do a comparison, and I want to echo the words of the DM. When we had the explosion in Denel, disaster management knew exactly what our roles was. They even called me and they stopped everything until I arrived. So they knew exactly the powers. What I found strange what happened in George was we were not recognized as the Department of Employment and Labor as one of the leading parties. And so even though we worked for 24-hour shifts there, we had challenges every single day to get access into that place, when in fact we were trying to do an oversight on the safety of everything on there. The second point, I attended the job meeting every single time, and we were under pressure there even to present, to the extent that the NPA attended a meeting which I felt they should not have attended. And this was the kind of pressure we were put under. So I want to put it clear that I agree with the DM. Let us get our processes right, because in other areas, we do understand our protocols, but in this case, we did not. Thank you very much.
The municipality, can you come in and respond? Give us, if you are not responding, then put it on record. Give us your final statement.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thank you for this opportunity. Firstly, there was a couple of statements made that I just want to, from my side, rectify. The first one was there was a statement made that the George Municipality handled the site visit from the National Department with disrespect, and I do not agree. We spent the whole day with the committee, and I mean the chairperson even gave us a great rating. We even had a laugh afterwards of the whole day spent with the Committee of Human Settlement and the chairperson who was chairing today. Secondly, there was a question from an honourable member to ask, why are we not open and transparent? And then I explained to say, this is our third engagement already, so we are open and transparent. I did not say it was a higher or a lower situation. And then lastly, there was a question asked about a 2-page report. I did not give you a 2-page report. I gave a 2-page letter with 2 attachments attached to the 2-page letter. One of the attachments
2-page document. That's what I said.
Okay, 2-page document. It was not a 2-page document.
It was.
Towards the 2-page documents, and one of the attachments is over 60 pages long, and that is all the stuff that we handled in council. So that was what we said in front of council. We gave you as the attachments to the document. So the attachments was attached, and then from my side, I'm going to give it over to the MM now.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Mayor said it all. Once again, we want to reiterate that
before MM, can you talk to that attachment? Can you simply talk to the part that the member has asked a question about, because you are saying the attachment has got a response? Can you talk direct to what has been attached there? Can you talk to it? The Mayor have said it all, it can be correct, MM. Mayor, can you take it back and talk to the part where you are saying the attachment is there? Inside of the attachment, can you extract the part that the member has asked you a question on, please?
Honourable Member, there was I'm going to show this later. This is the letter I wrote, and this is the attachments, and the letter refers to the report that served before the George Municipality Council on 30th November 2025. It's attached here to as an Annexure A, and then you will see the Annexure A report is attached, and it's a 60 pages report that is attached to this. So this is what served in council, and that is why I said we did not send only 2 pages. We sent the 2 pages with the attachment. So that was what I was referring to. And you will see even the council item is even part of the attachment that was sent with the letter. So that is what we refer to, Honourable Member.
Are the resolutions and the minutes attached to that 60-page document?
You will see I'm holding up the paper. The resolution is at the bottom.
Can I just say everybody else was giving a PowerPoint presentation? Dlamini, allow me to chair the meeting. Can you tell us what the resolution says? Can you extract? You can talk to it. That's your resolution. That's your
Chair, that is the disrespect
Mayor.
that we're talking about. We're asking a question, you're referring us to a document. And everyone else, we've literally been asking them questions based on the documents that they've given to us. That is the arrogance and the level of disrespect that we're getting from George Municipality. We're asking for things we know are there and exist.
I'm trying to direct them to how they must respond. Maybe they are not familiar with how we make people to respond. That's why I'm trying to direct them to their resolution. Allow me to direct them. Please, honorable members, I'm trying to direct them. Mayor, can you read out or talk to the resolution that your council has taken? You have submitted, but we want you verbally, because this meeting is public. We've got fellow South Africans who are interested, who want to understand. Those who don't have a document in front of them, can you say it verbally and talk to us about it? Please, Mayor.
It's not a problem, Honourable Member. I will read gladly for you. The recommendation reads that the above report, together with the legal opinion, Annexure A, and the summary of the structural engineering report, Annexure B, be noted. B, that it is noted that the legal opinion and the structural engineering investigation report in the possible causes of the building collapse have been handed over to South African Police Service. And that was the resolution. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Chair, may I please come in?
You should have just kept quiet, Executive Mayor, at this point, because really...
Yeah, that resolution does not speak to what we were asking.
Allow me to chair.
It's not me.
Can I hand over to honorable members? Please, I seek your cooperation. Can we move to the MM, because he was about to respond? Can you add on what your mayor is saying? Therefore, we'll entertain that later.
Yes, Madam Chair, I've got nothing to add to what the Mayor has already said. I think we will wait for the resolutions of the committee, and then we will submit our report accordingly. Thank you.
A word of advice. I thought you were following the presentation, because you were the last part of presenting. All these entities, department that were presenting, they've submitted a report like yourself, but they spoke to their report. For the interest of the community, for the interest of fellow South Africans, but you chose not to talk to it. You just say submission. Maybe you don't understand why we put this meeting in public and allow South Africans to understand it. We want to be on the same page with them. South Africans, they are not yet in a position to find closure about what happened. But therefore, it's us who must give them closure with yourselves. But honorable members, allow me not to take any further questions or follow-ups, and not allow you to make any further comment. But I want to have co-chair. Kobe, can you please allow me not to give you a space and try not to have further discussions with this, because it's not taking us anywhere.
No, Chair,
Kobe?
Thank you.
Kobe?
No, I agree. No, Chair, I'm agreeing with your ruling.
Yeah, but Chair, before you close, the minister.
No.
Chair, no, I'm saying, Chair, the minister of human settlements is here, so I don't think you can close the meeting without her speaking. We'd like to.
No. I'm co-chairing with Honorable Siabi. Don't attempt to do that. Madikizela, I'm not going to recognize you. My co-chair, as all of us, we are members of parliament, and we are supposed to deliberate as well. I want to submit to yourself and the entire committee that we received a report from SAPS that tells us they are anticipating to conclude their investigation by the 17th of December, which is 2025 this year. I want to propose that we give them a chance. As they've said, they are the leading department in terms of JOC, and trying to have the same collaboration with all entities and the three spheres of government. Because if you listen to what the municipality is talking about, they always refer us to legislature, which is another the sphere of government. So I want to suggest that our next meeting, be it next year, February, we'll have to get a finalized report from all angles, both local, provincial, national, and its entities, to have a wrap-up. And the municipality must expect the portfolio of public works and infrastructure without the minister. It must be on record. Without the minister, it will be us as the portfolio coming to do our own oversight. And we are expecting you to welcome us, to avail yourself, and to work with us in a good cooperation. And I want to make it on record with the DM of Labour in the platform, and the minister, as I recognize there, welcome Minister Nkadimen in the platform, to say lesson learned that I observe as a member of parliament is that there is no cooperation between all these entities. There is no working better relation. Whatever that Dr. Mieza can say, there are lessons learned. They can't even tell us what is it that they've learned. What we are getting from your good self when you report is that you don't cooperate amongst each other. There is an issue of inferiority complex. You know, the management of how you deal with matters, it makes us not to conclude this report. And this report will never find justice and find its way to be handled in a better way, because of there is a big brother and a big sister that the Lieutenant General has spoken about it. So we want to say to you, the inferiority complex issue, manage it, try to have a joint meeting, a JOG that is properly and represent all corners, all spheres, as to all stakeholders that needs to be part. And you will have to call you, and we want to take the approach or the advice that we got from the DM that says we need also to incorporate or call the department, the portfolio on labor, as well as SAPS. It will be much easier, and we'll do it physically. I want to propose, co-chair, that we must extend the invite to SAPS, to Labour, to and the two committees that are here next time, to be physically in Parliament. Maybe if we speak on one-on-one, we see each other, there will be much more cooperation than what we are experiencing today in a platform. Co-chair, I want to hand it over to your good self, and you finish up the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thanks very much for dealing with the issues. Maybe before I summarize, like Honorable Blosse has indicated, let me just give the Minister of Human Settlements to make few comments, then I'll summarize what we have been discussing. Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to honorable members. Chair, I think it is appropriate for me to explain that I didn't start with the meeting as initially had requested to. I had struggles. I mean, very hard to connect. At the time I get connected, I wasn't accepted until the time came for me to open, but nonetheless, I'm here. Chair, quickly, I would want to put it on record as well as we reported to the portfolio. I'm joined, amongst others, by the chairperson of NHBRC, which concluded its report, and we had an opportunity to brief you as the portfolio of human settlement. And we bring ourselves and the commitment to the joint committees that are here to join us. It looks like the meeting is moving towards the recommendation that DMSB has made in terms of getting a joint team to work together. We make our commitment. DG is here, DGs are here as well. From a technical point of view, they will do that. I wanted to rather, to honorable members, with their permission, of course, take that suggestion a bit further, that maybe upon return to this August House, all of us as stakeholders should have submitted the reports, at least to the committee 7 days prior, whatever date the meeting co-chairs that you would have suggested, so that honorable members can get an opportunity to go through the issues and conclude on them. What is of importance to me and critical is that the Department of Public Works itself has concluded its investigation as well, and Labour will be, as they said, to conclude. If they had intended October, they have not. I think the meeting can put them to terms to possibly that at the time we return, they would have concluded their report. Chair, our report also did put it into context, the difficulties NHBRC in its investigation had as well with the municipality. And I think we'll discuss it at that time. But it's also important to note that council meetings by their very own nature are public meetings. So it could be, yes, a resolution of council, but council meeting, the reason why there is a council lobby, it's because members of the public must come and sit in that council meeting and listen as we deliberate in the issues. And I do believe that ourselves outside the team, including SAPS, we need to be able to come jointly and look into the difficulties that we would have had in our systems, and look into it as one, accepting responsibility, two, making sure that we do the things right, but three, honor the lives of those who have, the people who have lost their lives, by ensuring that our systems don't allow such a pitfall in future. And I think it is important for me, and only human, that all of us collectively, by omission or default, we need to come to this August House with respect and say to them, somewhere our systems flipped, what have we done about it, and honestly what it is about, what we should have done or we shouldn't have done. And if we have fallen short today and before, to do that, either it's human settlement, either it's George or any other of the stakeholders, I think it's not very good for us and for the public image of South Africa and the joint portfolio to have honorable members chasing on us when we're supposed to be accountable. There's quite a lot of what NHBRC should have done better. The report indicates it. The chair never hid it from me. We didn't hide it at the portfolio, because the intention of such sittings should be about ourselves as well, learning. And I appeal to colleagues that that should be the spirit. We should never be chased again to give a report and to the best of our ability, so that we give a thing and a situation to learn from it and we become better. I think, Chair, we should be able to do that. We'll also make sure ourselves, DM and everybody who's not here from the executive authority side, that we meet before the date that you would have given us. We submit reports. If then there is no cooperation still at that level, we'll honestly report to you at that date. But I think we also have really to take responsibility of what we should have been better in responding and today. And I include the municipality in particular, because even with the NHBRC investigation, there were difficulties with them cooperating with us. But they are our colleagues, and I will think now that it has been open and in the pair, we are colleagues. Let's work, let's save lives, let's save the South Africans. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me thank my co-chair, Honorable Phiri. I think it was not easy preparing for this meeting, but ultimately, with the assistance of the two secretaries, the meeting has been a success. Thank the delegation led by Public Works, delegation led by the Minister of Human Settlement from Department of Human Settlement, delegation led by the DM from DEL, Department of Employment and Labor, and the delegation led by the Executive Mayor from George Municipality. I think the chairperson has already suggested, which I think is a way forward, that because SAPS promised that by the end of the month they'll be done with the investigations, we meet in February, March in a physical meeting to take the process forward. Secondly, that as committees, we call for collaboration. And the general has already indicated that they are the leader. If we can have that collaboration, so that by the time we receive a report in February, March, it's an improved report. Department of Employment and Labor will submit their standard report to SAPS. I think that's what the DM has committed. They'll submit the outstanding report to SAPS. But I've observed that maybe when you discuss, you'll reconcile the numbers. DEL talks about 77 people. SAPS talks about 68 people. Maybe you'll have to reconcile that. The members have resolved that they will need further minutes and reports from council, and if it means subpoenaing the municipality, we will do so. Therefore, we'll report to the Speaker of Parliament and also get assistance from our legal department of Parliament so that we are able to implement the resolutions of this meeting. Having said that, I think I've tried to summarize. Having said that, okay, the last one is that in the meeting of February, March, we need to add the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor. Therefore, it means the three secretaries, Human Settlement, Public Works and Infrastructure, Employment and Labor, must start working together towards this meeting. Don't start preparing for this meeting the beginning of February. Start now preparing for this meeting because it will be a big meeting and which is physical. So let's start preparing now. Engage the three secretaries, work together so that we realize this meeting. Having said that, honorable members and my co-chair, thanks very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the day. The meeting stand adjourned. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, co-chairpersons. Thank you.
Long live the chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.